It's not just Biden's policies that are causing people to second-guess their allegiance to the Democrat Party. It's also because of everything the left has come to embrace. Now, 2 nights ago, we showed you shocking undercover video from a teacher in Santa Barbara, California. She bravely brought to light this vile racializing of her school curricula and what the school district was trying to hide from the parents, by the way, on what was a password-protected portal.
I want to show you what's being concealed from the parents in the Santa Barbara Unified School District. Inclusive curriculum lessons, there's collections, the LGBTQ heritage, gender inclusive biology, educate and celebrate. There's activism, the youth advocate toolkit, preschool, grade school, and secondary resources.
Well, that courageous teacher, Christy Lozano, saw our segment and agreed to come on tonight. Christy, thanks for being with us. Have you gotten any blowback since we helped you expose this nationwide?
Not really. I've had a lot of positive feedback for the most part. I'm sure people are thinking things, but I haven't had too much, so that's good.
Well, you know, California is obviously extremely liberal. I spend quite a bit of time, believe it or not. I'll come visit you in Santa Barbara, so I know it pretty well. But I think at this point they've gone so far left. I say this, they've left America. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
So I want to play more of your video where you expose this racialized lesson plan. Watch.
Okay. 105 things white people can do for racial justice. White people do something. It's basically defunding the police and a new, smarter approach to public safety. It says to donate to BLM, make small crimes legal, do not support prisons, and reduce prison sentences.
Christy, who's behind these lesson plans? Do the teachers, for the most part, endorse this? Do they resist it? And what about the parents?
Well, who's behind the lesson plans? They've hired somebody to come in and write these plans. I think they just hired him this year. And I think they come from other areas where they have done the same things, maybe even taken over the school district in other areas like San Francisco, Salinas. And the teachers, a lot of the teachers do endorse it. Some go along with it because they think it's the trend, and you're made to feel bad if you don't, and if you don't, go along, be politically correct or whatever they want to say. And in Santa Barbara, they've been doing teacher trainings for us for the last 10 to 15 years, where they've pretty much indoctrinated the teachers to then indoctrinate the students. And even during those trainings, I knew something was wrong. So I've known that for a long time. I just don't know what.
So it becomes a self-selecting group of people who would want to teach this, crap. Okay?
Yes.
I mean, most teachers, the people who taught me were just great teachers, men, women, young, old. They were amazing public school teachers. I can't imagine any of them would have ever tolerated being told you have to teach basically woke activism. It wasn't called woke back then, but basically left-wing activism. They wouldn't have done it.
Yeah, they make you believe. It's very manipulative. I call it psychological warfare, and it's hard to understand because it's manipulation. They'll lie to your face. They'll tell you that this is the right thing to do. They'll make you feel bad if you don't do it. And so people go along with it for fear of standing out, for fear of being different, and for fear, and it's a real fear because there's retaliation. I've been retaliated on for speaking up for quite a while now. So, but I'm not the type that moves away from danger. I move towards it. I'm a veteran of the U.S. Air Force, and that's what I've been taught. So, and I protect kids. Kids are why I teach. I love kids, and I will protect them. And I will go down fighting if I need to.
Well, Christy, it's turning child against child, which is just a terrible, terrible thing to do. Children tend to see the world as a colorblind place unless you stoke that kind of thinking in them. And it's super sad and super counterproductive. Thank you for
Yes.
speaking out, Christy. Keep us informed and encourage more teachers to do the same, and we're going to do our part nationwide. Thank you so much.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get.
I don't know why you're being so rude to me. You've been rude.
How am I being rude? I said they can't.
I'm simply coming to talk to you.
About what?
There's a guy across the street.
Said
who's
what?
just concerned about you at the gas station.
Why was he concerned about me?
Because he said that you pulled in
And did what?
with some ladies. They're obviously not in the car.
He said some ladies. There wasn't none but some ladies in here. You got the wrong person.
Gas.
There's none. There was no ladies in here.
Okay. Is that necessary?
Yes, it is. Because is this necessary? You parked in front of me. I'm sitting out here in disasters, bro. Man, you can't do this, bro. I'm not doing nothing, bro. You on camera, man.
I never said that you were doing anything.
Okay. What do you want?
Do you have your IDs on you?
Why do you need my ID?
Because now you're being hostile.
Welcome back to We the People University. My name is Abaya Israel, former police officer, former sheriff deputy.
Open up, police.
Today we're going to take a look at Officer Jay Brooks of the Smyrna Police Department in Georgia. Officer Brooks clearly went on a fishing expedition when he unlawfully detained and arrested 2 citizens in the state of Georgia. I must admit, this video seriously angered me when I watched it because you cannot even count the number of violations of rights that occurred in this video. I'm not going to talk too much right now because I'm going to be pointing out a number of things throughout the video that I want you to take note of. And remember, if anyone can identify the driver or the passenger in this video, please have them contact We the People University or Big Nick South Florida Accountability so we can help him get justice for his rights violations.
I'm simply coming to talk to you.
About what?
There's a guy across the street.
Said
who's
what?
just concerned about you at the gas station.
Why was he concerned about me?
Because he said that you pulled in
And did
with
what?
some ladies. They're obviously not in the car.
He said some ladies. There wasn't none but some ladies in here. You got the wrong person.
Gas.
There's none. There was no ladies in here.
Okay. Is that necessary?
Yes, it is. Because is this necessary? You parked in front of me. I'm sitting out here in disasters, bro. Man, you can't do this, bro. I'm not doing nothing, bro. You on camera, man.
I never said that you were doing anything.
Okay. What do you want?
Do you have your IDs on you?
Why do you need my ID?
Because now you're being hostile.
No, I'm not. I'm not being hostile, bro. You on camera, bro. You on, man. You on camera.
Absolutely
No, because you stop. You cannot do this to. You cannot stop in front of me like that. You blocking me in here, bro. You cannot do that. That's not. I'm not doing that. I'm not committing a crime. You cannot block me in here. That's not. I can get upset for that, bro.
Yeah, but
You block. You still here, bro.
There's no point in that.
No, yes it is, because I gotta go somewhere and you blocking me in there. What did you just say I did?
I didn't say you did.
Okay then, I haven't done nothing. You don't need to block me here. No, bro. No, bro. I can get mad because you blocking me in here, bro.
First things first, when has it been illegal to have women inside of your car? Secondly, to state that someone's been hostile is a completely subjective statement. Third, you heard the officer admit several times that the driver did nothing wrong. He had no reasonable articulable suspicion. So if the driver did nothing wrong, but yet the officer was blocking the driver in, what state law is the officer violating? Georgia Code OCGA 40-6-397. A person commits the offense of aggressive driving when he or she operates any, including the police officer vehicle, any motor vehicle, with the intent to annoy, harass, molest, intimidate, injure, or obstruct another person. Any person convicted of aggressive driving shall be guilty of a misdemeanor of a high and aggravated nature. We clearly see this officer has no reasonable articulable suspicion. He stated that the driver did nothing wrong, but yet he is committing the act of aggressive driving by blocking the driver in. How can you be a law enforcement officer while breaking the law at the same time?
You can't do that. You don't have a reason, man. There's no reason. You just said it. You cannot do that, bro. Stop. There's no reason. You just said it yourself.
But
Leave me, Brooks. I haven't done anything. Nothing. No, bro. No. See, no, bro. I haven't done anything, bro. Yeah. No, everything's straight. He just came out here, I haven't done anything, blocked me in, bro. Nothing. I'm not doing nothing, bro. He don't supposed to block me in here, bro. We are civilians, bro. You block me in here. You're a civilian too. You're a civilian too. That's illegal, bro. If I come block him in there, they gonna get pissed. They gonna get pissed, bro. What's the problem? Why you doing this?
Okay, well, all you had to do was say that.
No, I ain't gotta say nothing, bro.
Arguing with me?
Bro, I'm not saying nothing. You just block me in, bro. Leave me alone, bro. Leave me alone, man. Leave me alone. Ain't no guy across the street sitting there. Guy across the street said girls in here. There's not even no girls in here, bro. What you talking about, bro? You got the wrong information from that guy. False report. Go get him. I ain't done nothing.
So, basically,
Ain't no
an
basement,
elderly
bro.
guy called, said that they pulled up at the gas station, pumped gas, they drove off, and they came back to the gas station, pumped more gas within about 5 minutes, and he said that they pulled over here. Hey, sit back in the
Bro, no, we looking at you, bro. It's all on you, bro.
Okay, that's fine. I don't care.
They're gonna be he said we pumped gas twice, so that's two times we did business to that store, bro. In the BMW, bro. In the BMW, bro. I haven't done nothing, bro. You gotta leave me alone. Yeah, he said what? What did I do? What have I done?
While I'm here,
What have I done wrong?
I haven't said you've done anything wrong.
Am I being detained?
Wait, right now, yes.
Were you detaining me? That's illegal, bro. I haven't done nothing for you to detain me, bro. Oh, that's illegal, bro. You gonna detain me?
Let me just answer one. Not right now. We're going to leave in a few minutes whenever.
What's the investigation about?
Well, right. Why you need?
What's the investigation about?
Because of his behavior.
Bro, you blocking me in. Man, nah, bro. No, bro.
If he was waiting on you.
It's not no behavior. My behavior, he blocking me in here. And they's blocking me in here for nothing. Zaxby's parking lot. In a public place. He come back up.
Okay.
My behavior, if I block anybody in here, this gonna be the same behavior. Go block him in. Go let me block someone else in. You can't block nobody in here for nothing.
They don't keep.
Bro, man, who got shown the ID? Why? It's a crime, man. No, look, let me talk. He talking to me. Very passionate, bro. Yeah, like what do I have to do with you? Wait, why you gotta show you your ID? What are you doing? What are you finna do? Bro, it don't matter, bro. You don't supposed to be over here, bro. I need the supervisor here. Come here. No, come here. Come here. You have to come here. I'm asking you to come here. That is not obstruction, because I did nothing to get pulled over for. That is not obstruction. That's not, what is the investigation about? Pumping gas? That is not obstruction.
You're not going to yell.
What is your name, sir?
You're not going to yell.
What is your name?
My name is Sergeant Cason.
Okay.
C-A-S-O-N.
There's got to be someone above you if you don't know what I'm talking about, bro. I did nothing.
Listen to me. Stop yelling. You're going to stop yelling at each other, okay? We were called because somebody said that you were at the gas station in some type of suspicious activity.
Wow, pumping gas? Pumping gas is suspicious activity?
Okay? You left, came back, whoever called.
The wrong car. There's no women in this car. I'm going to check the BP, and there's nothing. It gave the wrong description.
This is what we're going to do. Officer Brooks, give him your ID. For what? Your refusal to give him his ID, give you.
Wait, no, hell no, bro. You're locking my brother up for what? Man, no, bro. No, I got to refute. Look, he's locking my brother up. And he's sitting in his car.
So as I stated earlier, there are so many violations. There are so many laws being broken by the police officer in this video that I can't even list them all. But I'll list this one. Georgia Code 16-5-41, false imprisonment. A person hurt the officer admits several times that the driver nor the passenger did any lawful authority. And if you didn't understand the video, too, you get you an attorney.
You work for us. He works for us.
Correct,
this is a public servant who will not identify himself. This other guy is over here threatening
He's menacing me.
The Supreme Court ruling, when you're requested to exit the vehicle, whether you committed a crime or not, you still have to exit the vehicle.
Welcome back to We the People University. My name is Abaya Israel, former police officer, former sheriff deputy.
Open up, police.
Today's YouTube video was submitted by a YouTube channel by the name of Wendy and James Johnson. If you have not subscribed to their YouTube channel, please make sure you go and do so. Today we're taking a look at the Elizabethtown Police Department located in Elizabethtown, Kentucky. We're going to see two citizens who are transporting vehicles pulled over into a private property in the parking lot of a Sam's to take a break. These two citizens have the permission of the Sam's store to park in their parking lot. But when cops arrive on scene, they actually escalate the situation due to suspicious behavior. I won't say too much right now. Let's take a quick look at this video and we'll dive more in later.
Police just rolled up, looking in our car, shining lights. He's coming over here. I'm gonna shine my light back in him. Can I help you?
Familiar with this car?
That's my car.
It is?
Well, actually, you know what? I don't answer questions without an attorney present. May I help you?
What are you doing in the parking lot?
May I help you? I don't answer questions, officer. You are being video recorded. And I'm gonna ask you again. May I help you?
What are you doing in the parking lot, bro?
I don't answer questions.
You have any ID on you?
I don't answer questions. Have I committed a crime? Do you suspect me of committing a crime? Do you have RAS? Do you have RAS?
Have what?
Reasonable, articulable suspicion.
Yeah, you're in a parking lot after the business is closed.
Is that illegal?
Huh?
Is that illegal?
Suspicious?
Is there a sign suspicious as a felony or a misdemeanor? Do you want to make headlines? Now I put my light down since you put your light down. Do you see these plates? I have transport plates. I don't answer questions. I have not committed a crime. Do you suspect me of committing a crime? If so, what crime do you suspect me of committing? I don't answer questions. And I'm going to tell you, you can see transport plates. You see these are all-tech vehicles. You can see my car is hooked up to that truck. You're not getting in my car, bro. Bro, you're not getting in my car. Call 911. Call my 911. You see you're being recorded?
Open the door right now.
Give me your phone so I can record.
Transport plates on the front of my vehicle. I am shut down. I'm not getting out of here, bro. I'm not getting out of this car. There's an officer over here threatening my life, my safety, and my liberty.
And we're just
He's trying to get in my car. He's trying to break into this truck.
No, we're transporters. We're from All Tech over here on Elizabeth.
They came over here demanding ID. They can't.
Put your hands up so I can see them now.
All right.
Send the state trooper over here or somebody. Your door locked too. We don't have to get out of here. We need a supervisor ASAP.
We're over at Sam's.
I need a supervisor.
We are transporters from All Tech.
My hands are right here.
I'm videoing everything.
Don't lie
There's
on
three
this.
officers.
These guys
There's three
are
officers.
terrorizing. You're scaring me. I'm not armed. You got a gun. They got us with our hands up.
We're surrounded right now. We are transporters.
We are
from All
transporters.
Tech. Elizabethtown,
We got two
Kentucky.
brand new all tech.
There is no parking signs. We are shutting down for the night.
Plates. I don't have to get out of here. I haven't done anything wrong.
They're trying to get us out of the vehicle and everything.
We
We have not committed a crime.
bro.
We haven't done anything wrong.
I haven't done anything. Look, let's remain.
I'm sorry. We are parked. We are parked. We're not driving. This is no ID.
We have the right to remain
I'm
silent,
sorry.
bro. And right
can't
now,
hear you. I
you
can't
are
hear you.
committing
I'm sorry.
deprivation under the color of
Okay.
law. I address you and I demand you to cease and desist.
Sergeant is on the way, she
This is
said.
deprivation under the color of law. I haven't broken any lines, any laws.
Okay, we haven't
What
done
is your name
anything.
and
We're
badge
sitting in
number?
our truck. We
You're a
just sit
public
down for the
servant.
night, get
You're
ready
a
to
public
Taco Bell.
servant. What is your name and badge number, sir? I don't even know if these real cops. They won't even tell who they are.
They won't tell us if
I
they
don't
are
care
or
about
not.
that, bro. I don't know if you the cop. Anybody can get a badge and a gun and a fake thing. I don't know that. I haven't done anything to you.
They're sending a supervisor. I mean, a sergeant.
Y'all demanding somebody scaring us, talking about get our hands up. You got your hand on your gun, bro?
They're sending a sergeant.
Why do you have your hand on your gun, sir?
What crime have I
I
committed?
can't identify myself. I haven't broken any laws. No, I don't. This is
You
not.
have to commit a crime. I haven't done anything wrong. I'm stopped here. I haven't done anything wrong. And your badge number and your name.
My badge number is 139.
Team mentor. Okay, I got it.
Team mentor?
Yeah.
All right. I'll talk to you. You know why? Because you address yourself. We are citizens of the United States. We the people. Let me finish. We the people. You work for us. He works
That's
for us.
not correct,
This is
sir.
a public servant
That's
who
not
will not identify himself. This
correct.
other guy is over here
Listen.
threatening. He's menacing me.
The Supreme Court ruling when you're requested to exit the vehicle, whether you committed a crime or not, you still have to exit the vehicle.
Why-
Upon request,
that is a traffic stop. This is not a traffic
It's not
stop.
true at all.
We are shut down for tonight,
Is
bro.
the vehicle running? Is she in control of the vehicle right
The
now?
vehicle, we are
Is
parked.
she in
We are
control of the
shut
vehicle? Is the
down
vehicle
for
running?
tonight.
Is the vehicle running?
I don't answer questions, sir.
Okay.
So obviously this cop used the ruling on the Supreme Court case of Pennsylvania versus Mims all wrong. The court case that the cop actually referenced had to do with a traffic stop. He was already detained for violating a traffic law. Pennsylvania versus Mims. This case arose when 2 Philadelphia police officers pulled over the defendant Harry Mims for driving with an expired license plate. After asking Mims to exit the car, the officers noticed an unusual bulge underneath his jacket. One of the officers searched Mims and discovered a loaded .38 caliber revolver. Mims was charged with carrying a concealed deadly weapon and unlawfully carrying a firearm without a license. He was convicted on both counts at trial after his motion to suppress the revolver was denied. So as we know, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court overruled that decision. But let's see what the United States Supreme Court stated in their ruling. In a 6-3 per curiam decision, the Supreme Court that is, held that the search did not violate Mims' right under the 4th Amendment. The court noted that the officers had already detained Mims in order to issue him a traffic summons and felt that asking him to exit the vehicle was a minimum and reasonable intrusion of his freedom. So therefore, we see you can only be asked to step out of the vehicle if you're legally detained. These people were on private property with the permission of the owner of that said property. Therefore, the police cannot pull up, request that you step out of the vehicle without first legally detaining you. This was not a traffic stop.
Well, you
And
can
I
tell
said,
that to the
see, I
judge
try
when
to
you
talk
go
to you and be
jail.
reasonable, but I'm
Both
going to
of you.
exercise my constitutional rights,
Okay.
which I exercise all my constitutional rights. We the people.
Listen, we don't make the law, we enforce the law. We also
What
enforce
law
the
was
Constitution.
broke? You took an oath, bro.
Suspicious
You
vehicle.
took an oath to protect.
Parking lot.
You
These are
took an oath. Let me ask you a
These are
question.
suspicious
Did you
vehicles.
not, or did you take an oath to protect the United States Constitution?
Yep.
To
Also
protect.
took a law to
Let me
uphold the
finish. Did
Constitution
you take an
and
oath?
to enforce the laws of the
These are
state.
What laws
suspicious
were
vehicles.
broken?
These are suspicious
You're
vehicles
requested to exit
now.
the vehicle.
These are brand new vehicles. You know they was picked up right off the road.
I don't know where
But
they-
let me tell you,
You
did
can
you
read
take
the
an oath to
claim.
protect
You
my
can read the
rights?
claim.
Did you take an oath to protect my rights, sir?
Yeah, I also took an oath to
What is the
protect
First
everybody.
Amendment?
Is there any no parking signs?
Can
in
you
the
quote the
parking
First
lot?
Amendment?
Is
Can you
there
quote
any no
the
parking?
Fourth Amendment? Because if you pull me out of this car, if you threaten to arrest me and pull me out of the car, you violate my Fourth Amendment right there.
So
I also have a fifth. Let me finish,
we can
sir.
get you out of the car.
Let me
We're going to-
finish.
You don't listen. You can
Let me
open the
finish.
door and
You're
let
not
us
in
get
control
you
of this.
Right
You're
now.
gonna- Now you're hollering
Right
at me
now,
like
you
I
can either open
suggested.
the door or we're going to
What's
get
your
you
name
out.
and badge
Open your
number,
drive.
sir?
Sergeant McCown 117.
All right,
Open
can
the
I
door.
ask you a question?
This is the
Go for it.
sergeant. This is the
Have
sergeant.
I broken any laws?
I don't know why they're
You're
out with
being
you, but what I
recorded.
need
You're
to
alive
do-
right now.
We're sitting here. We're shut down. We're shut down tonight. We're transporters.
We have transport.
We're going to eat our food from Taco Bell.
Get out of the vehicle now.
Wow, really? This is what's
You're
going to
recording
happen?
him?
Yes, he's definitely being recorded. He is inside my vehicle, opening the door.
Get you out of the
We have
car.
not committed a crime.
Get out of
We
the
are
car.
sitting
Get
here.
out of the vehicle.
And he's pulling me out of the vehicle. He's pulling me out of the
Will he be
vehicle.
arrested if not?
He's pulling.
Get out of
Am
the
I detained?
Get arrested.
Am I detained?
Am
I'm being detained. I'm being detained.
Get out of the car.
Wow.
You're about to go on. You're about to go on the ground.
The link to the full video is below in the description section. So as we see, you've heard me state before, most officers do not know the law, but the small percentage that do know the law depend on you to be ignorant of the law in order to trick you out of your rights. You must know your rights. Down below is a link to my free ebook, or you can click the link above my head. Make sure you download my ebook. It's going to help you to know what you can and cannot do when encountering the police, and what the police can and can't do when they encounter you. And if you're really serious about learning your rights, make sure you register for my online video course titled Surviving the Police. It's going to teach you what to do in detail when encountering tyrant police so that your rights won't be violated. Make sure you register today. That being said, We the People University, signing off.
You're being recorded.
Open the door right now.
You see quality drive away?
Door right now.
Looked up and
It's in her pocket. Two and two together to figure out. Is your ID in the big zipper pocket here?
No, it should be.
It's in the front, please. First Amendment. Just sitting in the vehicle was off.
one.
Probably. Have a seat. Understand. All right. You're sitting in a vehicle. The vehicle is running. You are in possession of the vehicle, and you're in control of the vehicle. At any time, you could have put your foot on that brake. You could have put it in gear. You could have took off. Could have run us over.
That wouldn't hurt no.
The other, I understand. I'm not saying that you. I'm saying you could have. Okay. The other officers requested y'all to exit the vehicle. Y'all refused to exit the vehicle. We have the legal right to extract you from that vehicle, and we only have to give you one opportunity to get out. Okay.
I thought you had to commit a crime.
No, ma'am. So you're right now. You're trespassing because you're on personal property. You're on private property.
They give us permission to park here. So how we? I don't
How do we know
understand
that? How do we know that?
Get asked us. The ones that come up started demanding us to get out and the ID and all this stuff, and we didn't know what happened before you even came. Nobody asked us anything. They just said, "What are you doing?" And then they said, "Give me ID," and then get out of the vehicle. Get out of the vehicle.
Okay. Well, and you're in, like I said, you're in control of that vehicle. To be in control of that vehicle, you have to produce an ID. You have to produce a driver's license. Okay. Regardless if you're just sitting in it. Now, if you were just sitting in the vehicle was off, probably wouldn't have been that big a deal. But we've got a transport vehicle over here. Then we have you sitting in the driver's seat. Okay. And like I said, the vehicle's running. We gotta know. We don't know what's going on. I come up here to back them up, and y'all are over here yelling with the officers.
Because they come up there and started demanding get out. That's my truck. It's the windows. I said I'm gonna get in so much trouble.
Your truck, or is that just the one that you're transporting for all day?
It's the one I transport. So I'm in possession of it though. So.
Do you have an ID on you? Is it in the truck anywhere?
To the truck in my
Are
wallet.
you okay if I go and retrieve that out of there? Okay.
Yeah, it's on top of. It should be on top. It's black and white wallet.
So you, I'm gonna ask you again. Are you, with your rights in mind? Okay. Were the reason why you were acting like that is because he was acting like that? Be honest with me. Because you were fine.
I mean, I do it because he's teaching me about your rights and telling me about stuff you have. So that's
the way he is teaching you right now is incorrect. People do not need to act like that. That's what's wrong with the world today, is people do not understand. They understand the law and they know how to preach about it and everything else. Like the First Amendment right is the freedom of speech. The Fourth Amendment right is the reasonable expectation of privacy. I know those. I went to the academy for those. Listen, this is my job, but I need you to y'all to understand that is not okay. That's how people get hurt, is because people are defiant against us.
But we didn't do anything wrong. That's
it doesn't matter. You're sitting on private property. We don't know that y'all have been given permission. There's nobody here. So who are we supposed to get in contact to have permission to know that y'all have permission to be out on the property? Okay? And they're requesting that the other officers are requesting that y'all get out. And all I hear is yelling in the background. So I'm thinking, okay, well, something's going on. Okay. Where's is your ID in your wallet? Okay, where's your wallet located?
It should be on top of it. It's a black and white wallet, yeah.
Okay.
It should be.
Okay, hang tight for one.
All right.
Yeah, that's on a Chevy Cobalt.
Yeah.
So he's kind of explained to you as far as the whole getting out of the vehicle thing and all that, and from what I understand, you're kind of learning stuff from him. Okay, all right. He asked about like the reason for us asking you to get out of the vehicle. He's mentioned it before.
Hey, there's nothing in here I'm going to find that's going to hurt me or anything. No drugs or anything like that.
No.
Is your ID in the big zipper pocket here?
No, it should be.
It's in the front, please.
Just you can look. You can go through the whole thing. My ID's in there. You might have to filter through.
Dig around for it a little bit.
Yeah.
There it is.
As this officer says, there are Supreme Court cases such as Pennsylvania versus Mims, Maryland versus Wilson, lots of Supreme Court cases Let's say if an officer is out on a traffic stop or checking a suspicious vehicle like this, and we ask you to step out of the vehicle, Supreme Court even says so, that we are well within our right to have you step out of the vehicles for both our safety and yours as well.
And like I said, the biggest thing is you're in control of that vehicle. If something were to happen and you drive off and you kill one of us, you're looking at even a bigger charge. That's the thing you've got to take in mind. Like I said, he's teaching you how this sovereignty stuff, and that stuff don't work because people say they understand the law, but they don't actually. You can read all the small cases, but you got to read the Supreme Court ruling, which is a federal regulation for us. Okay, when you're requested to exit that vehicle, you have to do so, or you will be extracted from that vehicle.
I just thought you had to commit a crime.
No, man. Like I said, you're on private property. We don't. Like I said, I told you 4 times now.
I know.
We don't know that
You
y'all
didn't know
given
that we had
permission.
permission.
Y'all never said anything about having permission. We don't know who to call to get that y'all have permission. That's the biggest issue right now is when y'all are requested to exit the vehicle, just do it. Because guess what? Had you done it, we'd be out here. But now we're going through this.
Reasonable suspicion that a crime may either be taking place, is going to take place, or has taken place. Doesn't mean a crime has to actually have taken place.
Right.
So, and that's another court case. That's Terry versus Ohio.
And 7919309.
Just go to show you. Just be careful what other people are trying to teach you, especially if it's any type of sovereign ideology or anything like that. It's going to get yourself jammed up. I mean, you can look on the internet and look all over and see just how those kinds of cases where people try that kind of stuff, they fall through all the time because they're not upheld by the courts.
139 is from Wendy Johnson out of Lexington. He's working clear.
Hey, Ms. Johnson, do y'all have paperwork showing that y'all are transporting those for Alltech?
Yes.
Where's it at?
Running around all these men.
What's that?
It's a manila envelope, and I believe it's in the middle, down in the floor.
So, can I just tell you a little backstory? Back right after the first of the year last year, I had a female that stole one of those trucks. Okay? She traded off with another guy. She was in a stolen vehicle with a stolen tag on it. She traded off that truck. They ended up finding it all the way on the other side of Indiana. They took it to a shop. So that raises hair on my neck to begin with, because one of those vehicles, we couldn't put 2 and 2 together to figure out that the vehicle was stolen.
Right.
And we didn't find out until later on that morning that it was missing from the lot. There's millions upon millions of dollars worth of trucks out there, and they're easy to access. Okay?
We just picked them up over there at Alltech.
About what time did y'all pick them up?
We left the lot because we had to get a jump because both of them was dead, so we had to call in breakdown.
Okay.
And when the breakdown got there, we got done with everything. It was probably about 10 o'clock, maybe 10:30. Okay. We got to keep trucking that we have to do 2 our log books. Well, and we picked them up, and we're headed to Idaho.
You're going to Idaho?
Yeah.
Okay. So, unfortunately, that truck's going to have to go back to Alltech so they can put a new window in it.
I know.
That sucks because that's another customer's vehicle. Okay. But
Come out of my bond money.
have we just listened? I think this would have went a lot smoother. Okay, like I said, all you had to have been like, hey, we're transporting these vehicles, we're going to Idaho, we just stopped out here because we're about to eat. Here you go, here's the paperwork showing we're transporting, we'll be out of here in a few minutes when we get done eating. Bam, done. That sovereignty stuff doesn't work, okay? That gets people in bigger trouble because then they get the resisting, the disorderly conduct, failure to follow reasonable instruction by law enforcement, that automatically quantifies a misdemeanor. Hang tight for me. Are you okay if I grab that manila envelope out of there?
Whose car is that that's hooked up to this?
Mine.
I couldn't hear your answer. What time did you say you guys picked these cars up?
We got there, it was probably about 5, but we had to, the batteries were dead on both of them. My dispatcher said that Alltech was already closed, so we had to go ahead and call it a breakdown. Because usually if the battery's dead, they'll send the person over to the jump box to jump them. Because with cold weather, it makes the batteries die. So we had to wait for breakdown to come, and by the time he got hooked up and everything.
Cobalt?
No. It's a combination vehicle, so they said we got to put a plate on the front and one on the back because we go through tow booths and weigh stations.
Which one were y'all talking about? Are you talking about the other truck up there?
Yeah, his truck. That's his truck.
That tag is a transport tag because it's a combination. The 2 of them together makes it a combination. They have to do that because of the size.
Did you check to see if the tag on the back of the Cobalt matches the front of the vehicle it's attached to? I believe it'll match. Yeah. Okay. Are you okay with us bowing out of here and?
Yeah.
Okay, just swipe up, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you check to see if the tag on the back of the Cobalt matches the front of the vehicle it's attached to. They have the lids on that. Okay. Are you okay with us bowing out of here? And
Yeah.
okay, just swipe up, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cumming, Georgia, spelled Cumming, is home to the landmark year 2000 case of Smith v. Cumming, which firmly established and codified our First Amendment protected right to record law enforcement officers and public employees. In Smith v. Cumming, the court specifically stated the following. As to the First Amendment claim under Section 1983, we agree with the Smiths that they had a First Amendment right, subject to reasonable time, manner, and place restrictions, to photograph or videotape police conduct. The First Amendment protects the right to gather information about what public officials do on public property, and specifically a right to record matters of public interest. Recently, I celebrated the Smith v. Cumming decision by standing on a busy street corner in Palm Coast, Florida, while holding up a sign that had "I love Smith v. Cumming, Georgia" printed on it.
Flagler County 911, where's your emergency?
Hi, do you have a non-emergency number? Hello?
Yes, this is the sheriff's office. You called 911 but didn't have an emergency. Can I help you?
Has anybody called you about that idiot standing on the corner of Boulder Rock and Palm Coast Parkway with that disgusting sign?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Lyon County Sheriff's Office, this is Stephen. May I help you?
Yes, Stephen. There's a gentleman on Palm Coast Parkway in Boulder Rock, and he is holding a large sign that says "I love Cumming," Cumming. I just wanted to make the sheriff's office aware of this. Not something we want on our street.
Okay. Unfortunately, there's really nothing that the sheriff's office is going to be able to do.
They can't stop him from holding a sign like that. That's vulgar.
It's freedom of speech, ma'am. It's the First Amendment.
What if they had obscene words, like they had the word asshole? They can do that too?
Yes, ma'am. We've received calls on them prior with all the protests and everything, and there's nothing that we can do. It's freedom of speech.
Oh, my goodness. I believe in freedom of speech 100%. It's just, there's young people, there's older people. I'm middle-aged, but I don't like it, so I worry about the other people seeing it. But thank you very much, and you have a nice day.
Thank you, too.
Flagler County 911, where's your emergency?
Yeah, I don't know how to report this or what was the proper channel to go through, but by the Chick-fil-A line...
Are you calling about the gentleman with the sign?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're aware, and there's nothing that we can do about it. It's his First Amendment right.
So, are you joking me that I can't believe it? This guy can stand out there on that corner?
Ma'am, he's basically standing there to entice law enforcement to approach him because he's looking to get a law enforcement member in trouble. So he's standing there doing that so that all the citizens of Palm Coast will call. Yeah, I don't agree with it either, but unfortunately there's not much more that we can do.
I think that's just terrible because Palm Coast is such a sweet little town, and I moved from Jax to get away from these crazy. So, oh well, it is what it is. But yeah, it is what it is. You guys have
all right. Well, thank you for calling. You too. Bye bye.
Lyon County Sheriff's Office, this is Stephen. May I help you?
Hey, Stephen, I'm sorry to bother you today. I just have a quick question. I just drove by with my kids on Palm Coast Parkway and Old Kings Road, and there's an old man that has a sign that says, "I love Cumming." Is that allowed?
Unfortunately, it is because it's freedom of speech.
I completely understand. I just thought I'd ask since I was driving by with my kids, and I was like, I see a lot of signs, but that's pushing it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for your help. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Dispatch, Heather, may I help you?
Hi, I was just calling. Cypress Point and Palm Coast Parkway, there's a guy standing on the corner with a sign that says, "I love Cumming."
Yeah, we've already checked out with him. Unfortunately, it's one of those freedom of speech, and there's not anything that we'll be able to do.
Okay.
And really, he's just trying to entice law enforcement. He's, looking for an argument, basically.
What lovely people.
Uh-huh. Park County Sheriff's Office, do you have an emergency?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Do you have an emergency?
No.
How can I help you?
Yeah, I was wanting to see if you could do something and send a sheriff up by the corner of Palm Coast Parkway and
Are you calling about the gentleman with the sign?
Yeah, I had my wife and another elderly lady with me, and that's pretty offensive, and he's lucky I didn't have my kids with me. But that's freaking uncalled for.
Unfortunately, I'm sorry, hold on 1 second. Traffic 16. Unfortunately, sir, there's not much that we can do because of the First Amendment and his freedom of speech. Unless he's out in the road actually blocking traffic, he is allowed to be there.
Really? Because I thought you weren't allowed to go out in public and scream profanities and do things like that to disrupt the flow of traffic and scream
as long as
obscenities.
he's not blocking the road, there's nothing that we can do. We've already had a deputy out with him.
Well, and somebody's going to end up beating his ass, because I'll tell you what, if I had my kids with me and they started asking me what that was, he'd probably get the freaking lip slapped right off his face.
Yeah,
So
I understand.
It's going to end up causing a bigger problem.
What he's trying to do is bait law enforcement into going out there and creating a confrontation. We've already been out with him. We've talked to him. Unfortunately, we cannot violate his First Amendment. So as long as he's not blocking traffic, there isn't anything we can do about the sign that he's holding.
Well, like I said, that's fine, but it's going to end up, somebody's going to get frustrated and knock the crap out of him, and then they'll have to deal with that.
If that were to happen, then, that person would be in trouble for physically assaulting somebody, so.
Yeah, but some people think it's worth it, so. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You see quality drive away?
Door right now.
I have.
Welcome back to part 3. If you have not watched part 1 or 2, I strongly recommend starting there first. In order for any of this to make sense, we must follow the rules of regulation. Link to part 1 and 2 will be in the pinned comment and description below. The open records requests have been dragging on, so I decided to release part 3.
Figure out who he is.
Did he have anything in his pockets that we can kind of identify information on?
Figure out who he is. At this point, there are several things going through my mind. Are these officers seriously doubling down on stupidity with little regard on how the law works? How far do I really want to play this out? Should I just tell them their policy? Nah, screw that. They already dug their hole. No need to give them a way out. They are still recording this entire incident for me. Let me see if they will say something else stupid.
You got, have you ever had an ID issue too?
Can I answer any questions, sir?
So how are you expecting this to play out? Tell me that.
I mean, until y'all arrest me for until y'all find a crime to
So in
arrest
other
me
words,
for.
you're just trying to get us to arrest you for no reason. That's pretty much it, right?
That's pretty much what I'm in right now.
No, you're being detained. There's a difference between being detained and being under arrest. A detention usually yields an investigation.
But y'all can investigate. I'm just using my Fifth Amendment right to be quiet.
But you're not helping us out with this at all.
I have the right to use my Fifth Amendment right now.
How am I expecting this to play out, you say? Well, to find uneducated officers and give them an education they won't forget. These officers are trying to intimidate and pressure me into giving up my rights. What sensible person would volunteer to help the police when they are the subject of an investigation? Why would I help them arrest me by talking? The police are responsible for locating and gathering evidence, and my Fifth Amendment right is controlling the detention contrary to what the camera shows. I have absolutely no duty to assist them in their investigation. I have done and completed my homework. I will not assist them in doing theirs. You will see me talk and then exercise my Fifth Amendment in various parts of the detention. I do this for 2 reasons. 1, to establish dominance during the detention, especially when there is no probable cause or reasonable suspicion. Some officers say some of the dumbest things, and I could subconsciously overreact or say something on pure instinct that would tip my hand. This is an undercover sting operation to see how well they know their own policy, and so far, it's not looking good.
Y'all didn't state any crime that I broke, but I'm in handcuffs.
But you do understand the detention. What do you understand as the detention?
You guys are just holding me, but you got me in handcuffs.
No.
I was perfectly fine right there.
If you know everything that you're supposed to know about the law, give me the law on detention.
You can hold me for whatever purpose, but you have to suspect me of committing a crime.
No.
No?
No.
What's your name and badge number?
My name is Officer Smith. My badge number is 6981. The suspicion.
What's your badge number and name, sir? 6173. What's your name? I can't hear you, sir. I'm sorry? I can't hear you. What's your name, sir, and badge number? Yes, sir. Trip.
And it's going to be on the report, so if you need to get a report number too, you can get all our names and numbers on the report number.
Didn't do anything wrong.
We're not trying to do anything to you that you're not trying to do to us.
Didn't do anything wrong.
Sir, listen. If somebody's walking around your house, even in your house, and you think they're suspicious because they're doing something suspicious, wouldn't that raise an eyebrow for you?
If they're on public property, what?
No, don't even go there.
It is. Was I not on public property?
If somebody's staring at your house.
Was I not on public property? It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Here we go again with this lame analogy comparing apples to oranges. You cannot compare public and private property. Those are two completely different fruits. This should be a red flag if an officer cannot distinguish between the two. As soon as I found a conflicting argument in his analogy, he told me not to go there. I guess that didn't work out the way he intended. I find it deeply concerning that they believe they can detain people without reasonable suspicion of a crime. There are other ways you can be detained, such as probable cause, but that doesn't apply in this situation.
If somebody's staring at your house, you're going to call the PD to come and check on to see what that person's doing.
No.
The person sitting in front of your house staring through your window, am I right?
No.
You're not.
I'll be armed, but in that case, if I were to call the police, you guys would probably be too late.
Really?
Yes.
Possibly. You probably walked off. But what if we weren't late? Suspicious persons, suspicious activities. Tell me about that law.
You can sit there and ask me questions all you want to.
You're telling me you know the law from here and there. I'm just trying to figure out if you know exactly what's going on.
Well, I'm just going to sit here until y'all finish what y'all doing.
Okay.
I know exactly what's going on. I know that you need probable cause or reasonable suspicion to operate on, and you don't have that. What I didn't know exactly at the time was the specifics of said law. Under Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, Article 14.03, Authority of a Peace Officer, a person found in suspicious places and circumstances which show that such persons have been guilty of some felony. This is probably why they wanted my ID so badly. However, this section also states that a peace officer needs to have probable cause of an offense. Regardless, this will not apply to my detention. Part 6 in this section is pretty interesting. A person who makes a statement to the peace officer that would be admissible against a person under Article 38.21. This pertains to a statement being used as evidence. When being detained, if you so choose to speak, you should always choose your words wisely, and there is a specific reason for that. Why do you think Miranda rights are typically read after you've been arrested? You know that old saying, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. Officers don't tell you this in the beginning because they are hoping that you will sing like a canary. Once they gather the necessary evidence or confession for charges, they don't need you to talk anymore. In most cases, it's recommended that you don't talk to police, period. If these officers can't get what they want, let's see how far they're willing to go to intimidate and pressure me.
You can go quick and easy right now if you just give a name and date of birth.
I got all the time in the world.
If not, we're going down to our main station, get your fingerprint and figure out who you are. Because of suspicious activity.
That's a violation of the Fourth Amendment.
Suspicious activity? Are you telling me?
That does not override the Fourth Amendment.
Are you sure about that?
I'm positive.
How are you positive?
Positive.
Well, let me tell you this. I don't know you from anybody else that I'm standing around here with in this parking lot. And with the suspicious activity that you were doing, I don't know if you're trying to do something to the building or if you have some kind of a mental ailment that we need to address or get addressed or some kind of medical issue that needs to be addressed. So in order to figure that out, if you're not cooperating with us, we have to do our best. And like my sergeant also said, we have policy on this.
Why would I cooperate with someone who's treating me like a criminal? Even though I didn't do anything wrong. Why would I cooperate with someone who's treating me like a criminal, even though y'all told me I didn't do anything wrong?
You're being suspicious.
What's suspicious of?
You're videotaping an area of people.
So being in a Sonic parking lot is suspicious?
No, you were not in a Sonic parking lot the entire time.
This right here. Oh, okay, on the sidewalk in front of the station. That's completely suspicious.
If anybody calls in and says, hey, this is weird, we have to investigate.
From on the sidewalk?
It's not something that people normally do. That's what makes it suspicious. If a person driving by here says, huh, that looks suspicious, that's suspicious activity.
That's all right. Y'all just figure out what y'all have to do. I'll sit here and wait.
That's fine. You want to go down and just do the fingerprint?
Sir, is there anything that we can say or do to have you assist us with our investigation?
I mean, if y'all fingerprint me, I'm suing you guys. There's no reason for this.
No.
Y'all didn't even tell me what crime I committed.
Is there anything that we can say or do to have you assist us with our investigation?
Fifth Amendment.
Could you imagine a world where police are called for every little thing that is weird, strange, or if someone didn't like you barbecuing or using a swimming pool? Well, that time is now. Officer Smith said, if people think it's suspicious, then it's suspicious activity. I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
You mind loosening these up? These are kind of hurting my wrist right now.
They're on as by policy.
I understand that, but can you loosen them up? They're like really hurting my wrist.
They're on as by policy.
Can you loosen them up?
Lean forward. They're not made for policy at all.
The seat's reclining. I got a seatbelt holding me back, so I can't really lean forward.
Push yourself up.
But that's not helping.
Listen, those things are owned by policy. I put my finger in them just like I'm supposed to.
I understand that, but I'm asking you, can you loosen them? They're really tight.
Yes,
Ow.
I don't know your intentions. You haven't told me any of your intentions. You don't want to talk to us, so I don't know what your intentions are. So I'm not about to put myself in a safety situation by allowing you to get loose and handcuffs.
Well, you got a gun, taser, pepper spray.
I don't use my gun. I've been doing this for way too long.
Well, can you get another officer to do it? Because these are really tight.
They're not tight. I put my fingers in them just like I was supposed to make sure you had enough room between your wrists. They're just in the position that you have your hands is making it worse.
Well, the back.
I saw some officers talking behind a cruiser, and I wanted to get a good look at them. In doing so, I might have tightened the cuffs when I readjusted my positioning in a seat. At the time, the officers didn't double lock the handcuffs. Double locking allows you to lock the cuffs down to prevent the detainee from closing the cuffs too tight on the wrists. I'll be sure to keep this in mind for the next time.
Hanging out, take care of some business.
Hey, ask him what crime he's charged me with.
Some employees from Sonic gathered to inquire about the situation. At this point, more officers were gathered at the back corner of the cruiser talking about the detention. Why do I hear boss music? I guess it's finally come down to their final play.
You got anything? Okay. Sir. All right. I just want to ask you one more time. Your name and your date of birth. Will you please give us that? Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to document this entire stop in a report. It's also documented on our digital mobile audio video. I'm quite aware that you have it documented on your personal camera. We're going to write a report. We're happy to give you the case number. If you'd like to buy a copy of the report, it'll be available to you at any police facility or online for that matter. We're then going to release you from the scene. You're not going to cooperate with us. We're going to have to put you down on our report as unknown or John Doe, whatever you choose, whatever you prefer. And from there, you'll be cut loose. I would caution you, when you find yourself in a position where you're filming a government installation like a police station, you're filming people's plates, you're filming cars, you put yourself in a position where if somebody makes a complaint against you for doing that, it becomes a different situation. It can become a criminal offense if they feel like you're stealing any kind of identifying information.
Blah, blah, blah. This officer's trying to save face, blah, blah, blah. Why do officers feel the need to lecture you every time during an encounter? Do they really need to feel a sense of control or authority even when they know that they're wrong? Everything he is saying is incorrect. There's no expectation of privacy in public. The pain from the handcuffs doesn't compare to the grief that my ears are experiencing.
Us, you can take pictures of our police cars all day long and document on video and everything else, police, license plates and everything else, because those are a matter of public record. Now, you're absolutely 100% correct. You're not in violation of failure to ID laws. That was never the point. The point is the police have a reasonable right to stop you based on the Code of Criminal Procedure when we find you to be a suspicious person in a suspicious place under suspicious circumstances. In this case, we have two of those. It was suspicious seeing you outside filming our installation and the plates and the cars and the people coming in and out of the building. And that was a suspicious circumstance based on that. That's why you were stopped. That's why you were ID'd. We could not ID you, placed you in handcuffs for officer safety, placed you in the car. We could never come to an agreement on getting your ID. So at this point, there's not much we can really do. We're going to have to part ways and go on with our lives. Again, you're more than welcome to any kind of documentation. You can discuss this with anybody else you would like to. If you want to complain for anything, that's certainly available to you. And there's plenty of documentation, so the record will stand as it is. Do you have any questions for me? No questions. Free? You will be free in just 1 minute after we take the handcuffs off. Fair enough? All right, very good. Thank you.
Poor Officer Shirley trying to make excuses for his unlawful actions. The lawsuit resulted in these officers paying $5,500 that helped fund the Turnervy driver case. I was only in college during and after the ruling of many of my cases, including the appeal for Turnervy driver. Filing appeals were not cheap, but these lawsuits made it possible. One expensive lesson that will stand forever. I ended up filing a complaint sometime later after this incident, and the findings were equally disturbing as this video. Officer James Bojima with the Austin Police Internal Affairs investigated my complaint and found no wrongdoing. In fact, in his findings, he stated if Mr. Turner just identified himself, then the situation would have ended. I have called numerous times and left voicemails, and Internal Affairs would not call me back. I guess this is what it means to protect their own. I conducted a follow-up audit and they placed this green covering around the exterior of the fence, so I just used my drone to solve that issue. Thanks for watching, and I hope you enjoyed and learned something valuable from all three parts. If you would like to see more videos like this, I'll be looking in the comment section for requests.
Come in. I didn't notice until we have come home that her clothes were wet, and that you could see through them. I must not look.
Thank you. Can I take off my clothes?
What? What do you mean by taking off your clothes? What? Now?
Here, Inagaki-kun.
Yes!
You have to make these documents all over again.
What? Now?
Yes, we need them tomorrow. So they need to be ready today.
But if I start now...
Who screwed up priority? And put off preparing these documents?
I did.
And who made documents with all kinds of mistakes?
I did.
Then start now!
Got it! My name is Makoto Inagaki, a typical office worker. Koreha Tawada is my boss. She is beautiful, but she can be really scary when she gets angry. Well, I guess it's because I make a lot of mistakes, but secretly, I hope that she can be a little more gentle with me. Finally, I'm done! Tawada-san! Oh, she said that she has something important to do and left early.
Hey everyone, it's Sando. And I know this question is being thrown around a whole lot, and that is how to get more skill points. Skill points are incredibly important, and getting skill point potions will benefit not only your main character, but all of your characters. In this video, I'm gonna go over some easy ways to get more skill points so you can have a stronger roster overall. Alright, let's begin with probably the easiest way to get 6 skill points, and that is the Shadespire Tower. Hop into this instance and reach floor 20 for 3 skill points, and floor 50 for another 3 skill points. This tower is quite easy, but if you're having difficulty in the later stages, you can always come back to where you left off. If you're on tier 2, you can do the next tower called Fatespire for an additional 6 skill points as well. There's 3 easy quests that I'll recommend doing. These are purple quests and will grant you 3 skill points each, for a total of 9 skill points. First one I'll mention is located inside the Lutera castle. Pick up the quest from the king by his throne in Lutera. The quest is pretty straightforward, just follow the steps and get 3 skill points. The next one is at Serenity Isle, located just east of Lutera. Interact with the pile of wood in this island and follow the quest chain. You will then be asked to collect a few things and you won't be able to track this quest location. 2 of these tasks can be finished by heading over to the Forest of Giants in Tortuik. There's a dungeon there that you're familiar with called Tortuik's Heart. Enter the dungeon, doesn't matter normal or hard. One of the quest requirements will finish by killing the first few monsters in the dungeon, and the next one a little bit further when you get those exploding rocks. Once you have finished these 2 parts, you can leave the dungeon. And to complete the last part of this quest, you must head to Silent Hill in Yudia, which is located in the Lutera continent. There is a dungeon there called Morai Ruins, which you must enter, and all you have to do is get to the final boss and kill him. Then you can head back to Serenity Isle and finish a small task in the island for 3 skill points. If you have reached Phaeton and completed the Phaeton main storyline, there will be a purple quest that will pop up with this NPC. It is a straightforward quest and you will receive another 3 skill points. You can also be granted skill points by acquiring the Giant's Heart collectibles. Having 4 will reward you with 3 skill points, and having 6 will grant you another 3. Getting 6 Giant's Heart is actually pretty easy. The first Giant's Heart you should already have gotten by finishing the Tortuik main storyline. The second Giant's Heart you can acquire from the world boss Tarsila that spawns over in Lake Eternity in Shushire. The third one you can acquire for reaching floor 35 in Shadespire Tower. The 4th, 5th and 6th Giant probably the easiest way to get 6 skill tower for an additional 6 skill points as well. There's 3 easy quests that I'll recommend doing. These are purple quests and will grant you 3 skill points each, for a total of 9 skill points. First one I'll mention is located
you think of this interaction. It really helps the channel. If you enjoy our content, try our other channel.
Alright guys, so I stumbled across this app.
So you're level 50 and you're accepted into your party's health bars. When you use one of these skills, you'll see a red icon for the attack buff appear. When that red icon either goes away or it's down to 1 second, you can use the other skill to refresh the attack buff. This way, you're maximizing your uptime on your buff. And don't worry, the range on these skills for the buff is huge, so even if your party members are standing pretty far away, they should still get it. Not only that, these skills do some great damage to help fill up your piety meter quite a bit as well. And speaking of your piety meter, I want to talk about your identity skill and your holy protection bubble, which are your two main sources of healing. Going into holy protection first, since this one is easy, I want you to grab quick pace, purify, and vow.
Miss Anderson, it seems you've been living two lives. In one life, you are a model citizen. In the other, you are a sexual deviant who masturbates dozens of times per day. We have a problem. You are too horny for this simulation. If you don't stop being lewd all the time, you're going to break the Matrix.
Oh yeah? And what are you gonna do about it? Pin me down on this table and pound on my holes with your big orc dicks? Go ahead. Try it, pussy. Oh my god. I'm being held down by orcs, and my navel is going to be penetrated by an insect monster? It's just like my hentais.
See? This is exactly what we're talking about. Where did she even get that underwear? She probably created it with her mind.
Oh no.
Mind.
Oh no.
Exactly what we're talking about. Where did she even get that underwear? She probably created it with her mind.
Oh no! The robotic shrimp is going to invade my womb and modify my body into a breeding factory.
Boss, do I really have to go in there? She's creeping me out.
Do your job, probe.
Honey, you're already 435 and you're not getting any younger. Why can't you just marry so I can be at peace?
Mom, I was married, remember?
He's gone. I'm sorry. Your husband, he coomed too much.
No, that can't be. He said it would be fine, that ejaculating 40 times in an hour was easy. He said he was born to do this.
Ma'am, you can't trust a coomer to self-regulate.
You really shouldn't feel guilty about Brandon, though. The man died doing what he loved. What about that nice boy living next door?
Josh is a coomer, too. I don't want any more blood on my hands.
Don't worry about me, Ashley. I'm willing to die for my beliefs. Also, it won't be blood.
Hello. I know we haven't met.
Oh boy, here
I
we
may
go
look
again.
like a bookish virgin, but I just actually wanted to have tell a you that hot you're body. extremely hot. Because of this, McCoon has a secret crush on me.
I respect you as a human being, Senpai.
Of course, this makes me a prime target for Nito Rare.
And I was like...
No way! I know from Hente that soon the popular school Chad is going to seduce me and mind break me with his huge Chad That would be horrible.
Oh my god, you're such a dumbass.
Oh, come on.
Yep. Any day now.
What even is that pose? Are you walking? Running? Hopping?
Oh, it's advanced pre-stabbing technique.
How does whatever that was result in a stab?
Easy. You get distracted by the weird pose, I stab you while you're confused. You've already been stabbed.
Wait, what?
I'm the master of stabs! I should probably master escaping next. Psh, no respect for the craft, wearing gloves and not even making contact. Where's the artistry, the intimacy? That man probably doesn't even realize he's being strangled. And look at that grip. He couldn't throttle a seagull with a grip like that.
Don't worry, with us mermaids, you'll always get the personal touch because we care. We are fully committed to giving you the very best strangulation experience.
Oh, that's nice of you. Not strangling me at all would be even nicer, though.
We are professionals, after all.
There's no use in crying, so don't even waste your tears, okay?
Not even if they're tears of joy.
Why would they be tears of joy?
You're fulfilling like a super twisted fantasy of mine right now. I hang out in empty parking lots at night to see if someone will take the bait.
Are you kidding me?
Today I caught you.
No, I caught you.
Yeah, you did.
Motherfucker.
Just want you to know that if you like slap me across the face or something, I do consent.
I don't care.
I'm not saying that I want you to.
I get it.
Want you to slap me across the face.
No, you know I've killed people,
We all
right?
went through a phase in college.
Did you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
There's a threatening aura in here and it's not coming from me, so I think you should
yourself. I'll see that trunk of yours again.
I'm here to file a complaint.
What you need? Need to do is get some life skills, some real goals, and go get your own money to pay your own bills.
Stop it. Get some help.
One time my ex asked if my bestie who was dating his brother could join us in bed. I agreed. He couldn't keep up with us, so me and my bestie got mad, left and went to his brother's house, and oh my god. Man, some of these stories, some of these people are f***ing crazy.
How long you trying to stay for?
Today.
2 days. How long you trying to stay for?
Today.
2 days.
People are f***ing crazy.
How long you trying?
F***ing crazy.
How long you trying to stay for?
Today.
2 days.
Yeah, I got 8 inches and I make 6 figures a year.
You don't make 8 figures and you're not at 12?
No, 6. What?
You're not at 12 inches?
12?
Yeah.
So he's got to be over 12 inches and he's got to make over 6 figures a year. Deluded or mental. Probably less than 1% of all men that measure up to those ridiculous expectations. And there's probably just as few women that could take 12 inches.
What?
Dumb. Nope.
If that's genuinely what she's thinking when she's in the room with 3 guys, then fair enough. I feel bad for her future boyfriend that sees that TikTok. Because if I was with her and I saw that she was like that, and I didn't know she was like that, I'd be like, man, there's only one place you belong.
She belongs to the streets.
Well, I got a real plan.
Right.
When I signed my first deal, I signed the most fucked up deal in the world.
Right.
I don't give a damn. I just needed the platform.
Right.
I had the plan.
Right.
I know how to get out the deal.
Right.
See now, this to me is way more fucked up than the girl, for example, in the last clip who wants to try a man on her. If she's got those sexual desires, she wants to do that, she can do that. I ain't gonna wife her. I don't want that type of girl. But if she wants to do that, she can do that. This, however, to me is messed up because she's flexing that baby like it's a paycheck on social media. She's proud of herself for getting a celebrity and having a baby because now she's got that money, she's got that check. When that kid grows up and sees that, he's gonna think, does my mum even actually love me or care about me, or did she just have me so she could have a lifestyle?
But money is quite literally the only thing a lot of cishet men bring to the table. No, because really think about it. Most of you guys can't stay faithful. Most of you don't possess emotional intelligence, so women are left doing the emotional labor in the relationship. Most of y'all don't carry your weight when it comes to the housework or the children.
Shut up, bitch!
Like, for real, like, I'm not even trying to argue with you, like, at all. And you're being hella mean.
Man, it can really be like that. I'm telling you, they're good at that shit. They're good at turning on the waterworks. If someone can look at me and in the eye directly and tell me the truth without stuttering, then I'll believe him. But if there's this big show, there's screaming, there's crying, I'm
How much money?
out of queue, man, because
more important, looks or money?
How much money? It depends. I'm broke. Give me your money. Let's go. Give me your money. Let's go. Honestly, if you're not making 6 figures, get the fuck out of my life.
you know what the funny thing is? Most of them women don't even have a pot to piss in. They probably got all in their bank accounts, and their mindsets are toxic. If she only wants money and she doesn't care about you, then there's
Oh, Vitala, goddess of life and love, I have tried to live righteously, following your teachings to not suck vigor from the unwilling. But all the men in this hamlet are married and sexually experienced, and subsisting on their charity has left me in a state of malnutrition. I fear that if I do not raw dog fuck a middle-aged perma-virgin soon, I will not survive the winter. I tried my best, Vitala. Was I doomed from the start? Was I foolish to think that a succubus could live as a woman of faith? Huh?
Wowie! This isn't Tokyo's Akihabara area!
The bus has crashed into another world! It appears that we have been isekai'd!
Nani? You mean just like our animes? But how will we get to the Yu-Gi-Oh!
Trademark.
Card tournament if we're stuck in this dimension?
Damn it, Terrence! Forget trading card games for the moment! This is our chance to build a lollycat goyle harem!
Where are the maid cafes? Will they spit in my food if I pay extra?
I must buy a 1:60 scale perfect grade MSO6F Zaku 2 model kit no matter the cost.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. It's a miracle. Merry Kumis, and Goddess bless us, everyone.
I'm talking to my girl. I'm talking to my girl, man. No, you're not going nowhere. Look, no, you're not going.
Yo, she's over here about to get in this other man's car talking about, I'm gonna call you. Her baby daddy, who was at home taking care of her 3 kids. Oh, no, I'm gonna call you later. I'm about to go off with him, but I'm gonna call you. 45 seconds of this 3 minutes.
I don't even know what this is. How do you even get here first? What you mean? How? What do that matter? You got your location still on. Embarrassed. I don't even know what this is. How do you even get here first? What you mean? How? What do that matter? You got your location still on. I'm at the house with the kids.
He found her through location on her phone.
I'm with a whole nother dude. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
She got a super masculine voice. I'm over here checking to make sure there ain't no bulge coming.
You know she got an old man. You know she got 3 kids. You know she got kids.
He don't care. He don't care nothing about that.
She good, huh? And you ain't saying nothing. You taking his side?
A woman that's gonna give him some attention. That's
words for you. I can't even believe here, first of all, and the scene you just saw. It don't matter.
She said she's embarrassed. She has no words for him. She can't believe that he's there. And I'm a bit confused. You worry
about a scene. You ain't worried about your relationship, doing. That don't matter. Your You're relationship. not worrying about it. Honestly, you caused the whole scene. We could have went to jail or anything. I don't know. Ken, I'm fighting for you and you talking about some. I'm at the house with the kids. Now, if you had your track on, I would still think you ain't work.
Yo, does this chick got tape taped around her stomach or something right here? This is weird.
How often you do this? You probably with this dude, this nigga all the time. Come on, man. Listen, you a whole man. You still right here, boy. You a. No, you got nothing to do with it, man. So see what I'm saying? You, babe, further. Why you with this dude? Like, for real? Seriously.
Oh, that's not tape. That's part of it. Okay.
Why you even did this? Like, what? So that's all you.
I mean, look. Even weirder is that this other dude.
Homie, you chill out, man. Look, I'm talking to my girl. I'm talking to my girl, man. No, you're not going nowhere. Look, no, you're not going.
To take me back. It ain't no.
You could have did that better than that. That's what's up, though. That's what's up. Come on, man. I got to do. We got to do. I got to That's how you're real. For real. What? I'm going to you and you done. What?
He's like, come on, man. I got other stuff playing with her, man. We got shit to do. What? On all socials that already kicks or a different perspective. Go ahead and send me some more stuff that y'all come across, and we'll talk about it. I'm gonna catch y'all in the next one. See ya.
Absolutely hilarious TikTok of this grown adult breaking down and going into crisis mode over the fact that they were misgendered, okay, and the incorrect pronouns were used on the job, okay. Now videos like this are exactly why the younger generation of our society, I've truly lost hope for a lot of these people, okay. They're being coddled in school, okay, they're being coddled in college, they're being told that, hey, you know, your ideas shouldn't be challenged, that your worldview is correct, and everybody that doesn't agree with you is a bigot, racist, sexist, homophobe, okay. But when they get out into the real world and their ideas are challenged and they realize that everybody doesn't have to capitulate to their worldview, meltdowns like this happen, okay. When you get hit with a little dose of reality that everybody does not have to, again, capitulate to your worldview, everybody doesn't have to go against biology, right? What happens is, again, these people simply can't handle it. They're not prepared for the real world. And this meltdown right here is going to show exactly what I'm talking about. But before I get into that, I just want to let you guys know, if you like my channel and if you want to support what I do, feel free to do so using the links in the description below. You can support the PayPal, you can support the Patreon, you can support the merch. There are multiple ways to support this channel if you would like to do so. So with that being said, let's go ahead and get into this meltdown here.
I have this one coworker who simply refuses to use the correct pronouns for me. I've called her out every time she misgenders me, and she just is resigned to not change. And today just broke something in me. I just snapped. I ended up yelling at her after the third time she misgendered me, and within like 30 minutes, like, I use they, them pronouns.
Yeah, but see, the problem with they, them is the fact that they, them is plural. Right? They, them refers to a group of people, not just one person. So again, you're changing language, right? In the meaning of words to try to match your reality. This person right here, I honestly can't tell either way what they are, okay? My gut feeling is that it is a girl that's trying to transition to a boy. That's my gut feeling. However, it could be a boy that is transitioned into a girl with, you know, hormones and whatnot. Who knows at this point, right? Who knows? So are you really going to get upset and mad just because people want to use proper English, right? They don't want to use plural pronouns to refer to a single person, or that, hey, they may call you a boy or a girl based off what you look like, okay? They may refer to you as a she or a he. And considering how it's basically ambiguous in terms of what this person actually is, I don't understand how you can get so offended by it. I really don't. I really don't. So again, you know, the meltdown here, in my opinion, is hilarious for multiple reasons. One, because this person is ambiguous. Who knows what this person actually is? I don't know.
And she got so defensive. And I just started explaining to her, like, I'm sick and tired of this shit. Like, you need to at least make an attempt. And she popped off, got upset, got defensive. What are you gonna do about it? And I just said, I'm gonna be really hurt and sad. Like, that's all I can do about it.
Facts, right? You're just gonna be really hurt and sad. So just because you're gonna be really hurt and sad, does that mean that people have to literally use English incorrectly, right? Because you're gonna be hurt and sad. I'm just saying, like, again, this person wants to force their coworker to use English incorrectly or to refer to them by a pronoun that does not matches them biologically, right? And because they're gonna be hurt and sad by it, that justifies forcing this person to use the pronouns. And if they don't use those pronouns, then, you know, hey, this person's going to break down, you know, in a car somewhere and have a panic attack. Again, you know, listen, here's the thing, man. Just because your feelings are hurt, that should not dictate public policy, right? Everybody should not have to capitulate to your worldview because your feelings are going to be hurt. If that was the case, then, you know, we would have chaos, right? We would have a chaos-driven society because everybody gets their feelings hurt over something or another. It doesn't mean that the world has to fold to that stuff, because you can argue that, you know, forcing somebody to use pronouns that doesn't align with, you know, biology, you can be hurting their feelings, right? And just because their feelings are hurt, does that mean that you have to capitulate to their worldview, right? Again, it can go both ways. It can go both ways here, right? I don't think that these people actually thoroughly think through this stuff, you know, before they start, you know, boohoo whining and crying about why somebody may not be using the pronouns that they prefer.
And the worst part is that at that point, my boss, who claims to be so woke and like happy and joyous and making a safe, positive environment for everybody, gangs up on me with her and says, like, this is, Carson, like, shut up. This is not the time for a political statement. And I was upset, rightfully so, but was trying to take such a level-headed approach to it of, like, this is not a political statement. My identity is not a political statement.
Yes, it is. When you want to force people to use pronouns that don't align with biology, it does become a political statement. When you're advocating for policies and punishment for people who don't want to capitulate to your worldview, yes, it does become political. And I'm not surprised that this person's boss, who pretended to be woke, now all of a sudden is not woke when another employee basically refuses to capitulate and go along with the wokeness. I'm not surprised that the boss comes out of woodwork and is like, hey, look, I'm gonna take the side of the not woke, because a lot of these people aren't really woke. They just pretend to be because they don't want to hurt somebody's feelings, right? But there's only so far that people can go. I can imagine if this person is so hurt and upset about you know, somebody using the wrong pronouns, imagine what else they might be hurt and upset about on the job. Imagine what other issues they're probably causing on the job, right? And all those issues and drama that this person is probably bringing to the workplace probably is getting on everybody's nerves. And that's why the boss, you know, is like, hey, I'm done with this. I'm fed up with this, okay? Because I'm telling you, these people, right, that, you know, get so hurt and upset, I don't understand why employers are trying to hire these people, because they seem to be more trouble than they're worth, right, in terms of employment. If you're going to boohoo, whine, and complain and disrupt the work environment because a coworker refuses to capitulate to your worldview and use improper English, right, and not adhere to biology, then, you know, maybe the headache ain't worth it, right? And it seems like in a situation like this, the headache simply ain't worth it no more, right? And she's starting to realize that, hey, you know, these people are not as woke as they claim to be. Okay, because sometimes this stuff can go too far.
It's just my identity. All I'm asking you to do is respect that. And it really is within our own community that people have the most rampant transphobia.
This is the same thing when people, black people accuse black people of being the most racist, right? It's like, it's really your own people that are most racist towards you, that treat you the worst, right? This is what it reminds me of.
The coworker that refuses to use the correct pronouns for me claims to be bisexual, and she stands up and goes, when I came out as bisexual, everybody was mad at me. It's like, then why are you mad at the trans kid? Like, what?
Because it's a difference between, having a certain sexuality that doesn't require anybody to change their language, right? It doesn't require anybody to ignore biology. When you require people to ignore biology and people have to change literally the way they use the language for somebody, those are two different things. Somebody's sexuality saying, hey, I'm a lesbian or whatever, that doesn't require anybody else to change their behaviors or their activities. When you come out and say, hey, I'm, trans or whatever, you have to use my pronouns. That requires people to change language, right? And to do stuff. Those are two different things.
You want to inflict that same pain onto me? Why? It's so frustrating because then my boss spins it around as like I'm the one who's making a scene and is being like over emotional or oversensitive.
Again, I told you, I guarantee you this person at the job, this is not the first time this has been an issue. It's not the first time this has been an issue, okay? Because again, people that get triggered by stuff like this are probably getting triggered by all types of stuff going on the job, right? And what's happening right now is the boss is showing who they actually really are. And it's like, look, we can't really deal with all this anymore, right? This drama that you bring into the workplace.
And it's like, all I am asking is for you to make an attempt to try and respect my gender identity. And they're both just going at me like this is not the time. We're trying our best. You should be compassionate and understanding. You should just accept it with love and move on. Like, it's so frustrating. I literally was shaking so hard. I just got up and left. I came to the beach. I didn't know what else to do.
Yeah, again, the younger generation, if this is how soft, the young kids are, that generation is doomed, right? They're simply not prepared for the real world, okay? Simply not prepared for the real world. And I think that this is a prime example, okay, of that, right? How, again, when you've been coddled your whole life, told that, your worldviews are correct and that it shouldn't be challenged, and everybody else that disagrees with you is a racist, sexist, homophobic bigot, what happens is, again, when you get in the real world and people are not forced to coddle you, right, and to tell you that everything you believe is correct, or in fact tell you that they don't agree with what you believe in, right, and they're not going to capitulate to your worldview, this is what happens, right? This is exactly what happens. They break down like this, okay? So, again, I hope this person really can, gather themselves and realize that everybody doesn't have to capitulate to their worldview and that they should just be more concerned about, working and making your money and doing what you got to do rather than people referring to you by your proper pronouns, okay? But let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective. Peace.
Now, the eyes of the world are on Ottawa tonight as Freedom Convoy protesters prepare for major police action in the coming hours. So you got tow trucks, they're already on standby, and earlier today, police began a mass ticketing campaign, warning protesters, you must leave the area now. Anyone blocking the streets are committing a criminal offense, and you may be arrested. Police liaisons even told protesters they would be pushed out by tomorrow. Now, meanwhile, Trudeau's authoritarian tactics have sparked a massive backlash abroad and at home. In fact, today, Trudeau was taken to task on the floor of Parliament, where he let his true colors fly.
If Canadians are to trust their government needs to trust Canadians. Those are the words of the Prime Minister in 2015. These people, very often misogynistic, racist, women haters, science deniers, the fringe. Same Prime Minister 6 years later as he fans the flames of an unjustified national emergency.
Conservative Party members can stand with people who wave swastikas. They can stand with people who wave the Confederate flag. We will choose to stand with Canadians who deserve to be able to get to their jobs, who be able to get their lives back.
Now, the courageous member of Parliament you just saw, Melissa Lantsman, joins me now. MP Lantsman, thank you for joining us tonight. Now,
thanks for having me.
Tell us what was going through your mind when you heard his reference to swastikas.
Look, this is not a surprise to me. You just said it. This is his true colors. I sit there and watch him divide and wedge and stigmatize Canadians every single day. And today, the rest of Canada saw a G7 Prime Minister go after a Jewish member of Parliament and then walk away and not apologize.
Do you think there is an anti-Semitic element to this, or was it just a slip, a verbal slip?
Well, look, I think that words matter. And if you looked at my inbox in my office and you saw what my staff was looking at, when you accuse somebody of standing with a swastika, you get an influx of people calling you a Nazi, and that's not okay. And he is driving that. He's been driving division in this country since the protest started, since before the protest started, for his political gain. And I think his leadership is in trouble, the country's in trouble, and he's lost control of the situation.
Now, I would like to play now what happened when you did demand the apology from Trudeau. Watch.
I think he owes me an apology. I'd like an apology, and I think he owes an apology to all members of this House.
Now, MP Lantsman, he actually left after insulting you like that. That was his response. Kind of, his run and hide is kind of his trademark at this point. Your reaction?
Yeah, look, he's lost control, and I'll just give your viewers. I can't call that out. There's rules that say that I can't call that out.
Okay.
But he is not, like, he was not there. He has not apologized, and I expect an apology. I got to tell you, Canada is the best country in the world. My parents chose it. I'm a grandchild of Holocaust survivors.
All right, listen up. There's an Iceni tribe revolting against us near Londinium. Our objective is to take all their weapons and kill anyone who refuses. Got it?
Okay.
Open up!
Stabby time.
Surrender your weapons or die!
But the other clan already took them.
Death! What?
Oi! You got a license for that knife? What?
What do you mean I'm eating Kit Kats wrong? Got it?
Okay.
Open up!
Stabby time.
Surrender your weapons or die!
But the other clan already took them.
Death! What?
Oi! You got a license for that knife? What?
What do you mean I'm eating Kit Kats wrong? I snap it like everyone else! We've conquered your tribe. Do not shame yourself further.
Harder, Mommy! Harder, Mommy! Harder, Mommy! Harder, Mommy! Harder, Mommy!
We've conquered your tribe. Do not shame yourself further.
Harder, Mommy! Harder, Mommy! Harder!
He looks genuinely afraid. Well, I don't think LeVar would let him do that. I honestly think LeVar will have to approve of any girl that comes into his life.
A few moments later.
Have you sold any shoes yet?
Yeah, I sold a good amount to me.
How many?
Stay in your lane.
Wait,
Anyways,
what's-
kind of
I'm
her,
just-
like I
I'm
was
just-
telling you,
I'm
man.
just curious.
I don't even worry about her over there.
Like,
Every
why
time
not?
she
I
scares
think
me to
that's kind
death.
of disrespectful.
She says,
Fair enough. After what she was saying before, she doesn't even know the guy. She doesn't even know the family. She's making out the dad's a bully, that his kids are like robots. And now she's calling him disrespectful. Okay.
she's like now. She won't behind her.
What's-
I'm
I-
talking
what
to
is-
you, Colin.
Well, what is your problem with me?
Hey, my problem is you are a hater.
Why am I a
would
hater?
never wear a big baller shirt.
Yeah,
With
I mean,
all due
but
respect, you're a great reporter, just not reporting on me.
I didn't say it was offensive.
She knows what she's doing. She knows exactly what she's doing. She's trying to press his buttons. She's trying to wind him up. But I think she's messed with the wrong one. Because if anyone knows a bit about LeVar Ball, he don't fuck around.
Offensive.
Yeah.
I just said, if you want to, work with Nike, Adidas, and Under Armour to maybe have something that appeals to women.
I'm not friends with her. I don't even see nothing. I don't even see it. I don't want to talk about all that. Next.
You're going to have women who like your brand.
Yeah, if you have a women's company.
They wouldn't want to work with you anyway because you don't respect women. So
what?
How does he not respect women? When has he been seen being disrespectful to women? She's just throwing in words like defensive, you don't like women, you make your son into a robot, trying to paint him out to be someone that he's not. You can see it in her eyes that she knows she's doing it.
She's after you today.
Oh, I don't respect women, but I'm the one that's married. I'm good. Well, she can say what she wants. She's trying to put it. I never disrespect women. But I tell you what,
did on the show today.
if you act like that, guess what? Something's coming to you.
Are you threatening me?
Oh, see how she tried to turn the words? I would never threaten
You
you.
said something's coming to me.
He said something's coming to you in the sense that, like, whether you're a man or a woman, if you disrespect me, then I'm going to say something back to you. And now she's trying to make out that he's threatening her on live TV. Do you think he's that fucking stupid as well? It's embarrassing watching her.
I don't know what it is. I'm not a psychic.
Oh.
His son looks like a robot, and his father looks like the total man in the family. I'm out on LeVar Ball. I think he's.
If he's the father, shouldn't he be the total man of the family? Is that not the way it's supposed to be?
He's a problem for this kid, and it seems like he's just daddy's little boy, a little robot who's completely controlled by his father.
Like I said,
you can't win. You hear all the time about black kids not having a male role model in their life, not having a father figure. And then you get a guy like LeVar Ball, I'm sure isn't perfect, but he made his kids millionaires before they're even in the NBA, and now they're all in the NBA. Oh, I think 2 of them are definitely in the NBA. To be honest, I don't think there's many better dads than him in the sense of giving his kids opportunity.
Going back to Whitlock, I don't think he can comment on anything but snacks.
Now,
Wow.
That one there was a violation.
That's a little harsh.
It's going to be harsh because he want to be harsh
So
on
you
me.
disrespect
Guess what?
women and people for their
no,
weight?
that's what you say. I didn't say nothing about
No,
no weight.
you just said that to me.
Like I told her, I'm not even worried about you right now. Keep.
So big man, you stick to the snacks, and that girl, you stick to manipulating Sims, because there's only one place you belong.
She belongs to the streets.
Family man inside of his home. Police kick in his door. He's not the target of the warrant. A device is. He shoots. He's trying to protect his family. He drops his gun as soon as he realizes it's the police. No police gets shot. They grab his children. They drop his baby, injure his baby seriously, and then they try to cover it up. And then they charge him, the father, with attempted murder on a police officer. Let me bring your attention to Pensacola. Let's put up a picture of this family. The Pensacola Police Department says it has launched an internal affairs investigation after parents say a child was hurt while in police custody following last week's police-involved shooting. This guy was not a target of the warrant. He's a youth mentor, has no criminal record, all right? The father that you see in this picture, his name is Corey Marino Jr. He was asleep at his home with his, what does he do? The Pensacola police says he is not a up, did not tell the dad they dropped his kid. Here's how the infant was dropped. Now, I gotta give credit to Olivia Iverson, a local journalist. Let's put up her tweet. Olivia Iverson tweeted, PPD also confirmed that Marino's family told us an investigator put the man's kid in the back of a patrol car and briefly left the vehicle. When he reopened the door, the child was leaning on it and fell out. Police say EMS checked him out and released kids to the family. That was the narrative, okay? So follow the narrative, follow the deceit here. They've already dropped the baby. They don't want EMS to check him out, all right? Cops prevented EMS from taking the toddler to the hospital. Escambia County tells Channel 3 that EMS was called at about 6:40 a.m. Now remember, this happened at 5 a.m. So we got an hour and 40 minutes already passed for a hemorrhage and laceration on the toddler. They arrived 6 minutes later. The county could not specify what EMS saw and said, but it claims the call was canceled 20 minutes later. The child's mother, Miss Dixon, was called to the scene and said, and I quote, "I get out my car like, where's my baby? Where's my baby?" Miss Dixon said. "And I get my baby and I see his face and it's almost unrecognizable compared to how he looked when I left him last." The toddler was not taken to the hospital by EMS, so Dixon took him herself. Dozens of pages of paperwork from the hospital document the child's injuries after CAT scan and x-rays. Ms. Dixon claims the Florida Department of Children and Family Services, they are investigating. The reporter, Olivia Iverson, tweeted online what happened when she tried to interview the chief of police. She said, "I was scheduled to interview Chief Eric Randall on Friday. But after I brought PPD the mother's concerns, they, number one, backed out of the interview. Number two, launched an internal affairs investigation. And number three, Randall met with the mom in person and apologized." She also tweeted about the fallout for the father. Let's put this up. Olivia Iverson said, "Meanwhile, the father still faces a charge for attempted murder." Attempted murder. That means you must have malice intent, intentional intent to harm. None of that happened here. He is still facing a charge for attempted murder of a law enforcement officer and has already lost his job over all of this. None of them know why police want information from them for an investigation. They say Mr. Marino is not even a suspect for. Let's put up a picture of the chief here, okay? All right, they playing hide the pickle with the officers, so we have a game too. We put up the picture of the head guy in charge. That's your chief, Eric Randall. Eric, the hell is wrong with you? You need to get your life together, chief. Your department is dirty. They ran into the house of a good man. And let me make an appeal to this chief. You know this is a good man. You know he's a decent individual. You know your officers have charged him with something he did not do. He did not attempt to kill or murder anybody. Murder means malice intent. You know that. My dear sister, Ms. Tucker, you are a future attorney. You know exactly what it means to be charged with murder because we studied this in law school. There is no murder qualifier here whatsoever based on the statutory language and the elements needed for the crime.
And that's the thing, you have to hit every single element.
So that's right.
If you have the intent, you don't have an attempted murder at all. And especially if they didn't follow protocol and they came in at 10 seconds instead of 15, you're really gonna lose that case. So they need to go ahead and let that one go. What they're trying to do is stall out because they know they are going to get a lawsuit. If I were Ms. Dixon, I would absolutely be all over the police department right now with suing them for everything they have done. But for that man to lose his job and that's an emotional trauma as well. You bust up in my house and I didn't know who it was. But it's Florida, first of all. So we should have known it was gonna be someone. We heard it was Florida. Let's start there. Yep. But aren't they the ones who protect my ground or protect my castle, all of that? So why do you get to bust up in my house and I can't protect my family?
Yeah, you see, and that's the application of the law. You know, laws look equal when you just read them. It's the application of them where you see the extreme bias and the manipulation. A cop rips a black man's prosthetic leg off during the arrest. It was glued to his body, okay? Let's put up a picture of Mr. Waverly Lucas. Give you some background. During a wrongful arrest in New York, police violently removed a man's prosthetic leg that left him with injuries and severe emotional trauma. Here's how this went down. Mr. Lucas, a New York man with a prosthetic leg, is seeking millions in damages from the Suffolk County Police Department, saying he was wrongfully arrested and injured by officers. He also claims officers ripped off his leg and threw it in the trunk of the police cruiser, NBC New York reports. Waverly Lucas was heading into a store when police officers stopped him and accused him of public urination, demanding he show identification. When Lucas refused to provide his ID, the officers began to assault him, all right? The police then ripped off the man's leg, prosthetic leg, to make him fit into the vehicle and then threw it in the trunk of the police cruiser. To rip that off, it's like someone ripping off your skin because it's like it's almost glued to my skin. A total of 4 police cars were called to the scene for a man who had one leg. Waverly says he is left with a fractured orbital bone, fractured eye socket. He is legally prescribed by the You didn't charge him with what you said he did. You charged him with pills, okay? Now, loose pills, that's a loose pills, that's a felony, by the way. That's a felony charge, okay? The public urination is not, even if that was true. I don't think it was, but even if it was true, it's not even a felony. But they decided to charge him with something else. Now, here's the thing. Once again, there's a reality here to where law enforcement act more like slave patrol, where they want you to show them your freedom papers, right? Show them the reason why you should exist, okay? There's an issue in law enforcement, and that's why I tell people law enforcement does not need to be fixed because it's working the way it was designed to work. The industry of law enforcement needs to be broken so that we can remake it and have it be a reflection of the sentiment of the community today.
distance.
I'm good here, ma'am.
I'm not gonna tell you again.
My safety is not your concern. So I'm just good. Can I have your name and badge number? Can I get that name and badge number now?
You know they don't have to identify themselves.
It's in your policy, isn't it? Pendeja. Oh, that's on camera, bro. I'm gonna put a complaint on you.
Welcome back to the Lackluster channel. Today's story features Rights and Lefts, who in February of 2022 was observing the El Paso Police Department on a call for service in the intersection of Newman and Magafin. The area is known for its high crime rate. Rights and Lefts observed a cruiser in the intersection, unmanned and running, with the window rolled down.
Left the car running in the hood.
The officers were nowhere in sight. It's important to note that leaving a cruiser running is common practice. Because of the computers, radios, and other equipment, patrol cars often have to stay idling on calls for service to prevent the battery from dying. The problem is the open window. Anyone can hop in and steal radios, with special operations frequencies not available to the public, computers with sensitive information, weapons, and perhaps the vehicle itself. The duplex that the vehicle is parked in front of is currently off the market and does not contain residents. The doors and windows are boarded up, and squatters often use the property to escape the cold. After a few minutes observing the patrol car, Rights and Lefts found the officers removing trespassers from the property. More officers arrive on scene, and after almost 8 minutes of recording, one of them suddenly wants Rights and Lefts to move.
Sir, did you need something?
No, ma'am, just recording.
So keep a distance or else you're gonna be interfering, okay?
No.
So you need to keep a distance.
I'm good here, ma'am.
I'm not gonna tell you again.
I'm good here. Put up some tape if you want.
Okay, I will, if that's what I need to.
I'm not here for no ill intent,
I'm not gonna tell
no
you
nefarious intents. I'm just good here.
again. I'm sorry?
I'm good here. It's a public sidewalk.
Okay, but you need to keep a distance or else you're gonna be interfering. I'm just letting you know now.
What's the distance?
Okay, so if we need to move them over here to the car?
I'll gladly move.
Okay, I'm just letting you know
My safety is
now.
not your concern. So I'm just good. Can I have your name and badge number? Thank you.
The officer uses more words to tell him that she is going to identify to him than it would have to identify, likely because he is filming, and won't move far enough away that he would be unable to continue filming. More officers arrive on scene and clear the property. As they return to their vehicles, Rights and Lefts attempts to identify the officer again.
Are you good, brother?
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate your help, man.
I kind of feel like if I wasn't here, they'd have taken y'all in, bro.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Yeah. You be safe, brother.
Appreciate it, man. What's your name?
My name's Ruben, bro.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, brother, you got it,
Thank
brother.
you, man.
Just
God
take care,
bless
brother.
you.
Ma'am? Can I get that name and badge number now? Cabrones. She don't want to identify now?
She didn't want to identify herself to a member of the public in the first place. They have zero respect for the citizens they serve. This becomes apparent in a moment. One of the men they removed from the building now alleges that they searched him without permission and that he was missing his wallet.
Did they tell you why they were searching you?
Nah. Supposedly we're trespassing.
Tell her, bro. Shit. She's the supervisor.
They make sure I have my wallet because I think I might be missing it.
Did you give him your whole wallet? Or just your ID?
They took it. I didn't give them anything.
What's that in your hand? That's not it?
No, I said I have the other. I have another one.
No wallet. No, they don't have it. Check your front stuff. Just throwing stuff in that box.
Have your name and badge number? Oh, nice. My bad, bro. I thought she just wasn't identified. Appreciate it.
You know they don't have to identify themselves.
It's in your policy, isn't it?
If we're interacting with you, we're not interacting.
If any member of the public talks to you, you have to identify.
The supervisor on scene claims that the officers don't have to identify themselves to anyone unless they've made contact with you. Whether it's in their policy manual or not is unknown at this time, as the department doesn't post it publicly. They asked me to submit an open records request just to review the policies that govern officer conduct. Regardless, if you recall earlier in the video, the female officer did make contact with rights and lefts.
Sir, did you need something?
No, ma'am, just recording.
So keep a distance or else you're gonna be interfering, okay?
She attempted to have him back away from the scene. The reason why it's so important that the officers identify themselves is to hold them accountable when they step out of line, and to verify that they're actually cops. Anyone can order a costume from countless uniform suppliers and pretend that they're issuing lawful orders. This is where the incident reveals how officers feel about the public, and how little respect or professionalism the department's culture demands of its supervising officers.
You know they don't have to identify themselves.
It's in your policy, isn't it?
If we're interacting with you, we're not interacting.
If any member of the public talks to you, you have to identify. Well, then don't talk to me then.
Nothing to do with it.
Then don't talk to me. You shut up the f***. Is that how you talk? Is that how you talk to f***ing members of the public?
I'll talk to you the way you speak to me.
I didn't say nothing until you brought it up.
Yeah, the F word isn't anything.
You told me to shut up. Esa la verga. Pendeja. You. Oh, that's on camera, bro. Pendeja. You. Oh, that's on camera, bro. I'm gonna put a complaint on you. What's your name? What's your name? ¿Cómo te llamas? What's your name?
Just look at the number.
No, I know. I'm just this. She wanna with me. You. Flipping me off. She shot. This is how they are, bro. This is how they fucking are. You.
They were searching me without permission.
And they searched this brother without permission, bro. And she's a supervisor.
And I have mental illness.
And he's got mental illness, man. Out of here, you stupid. Damn, bro. This is why I do what I do, bro. That's why I do what I do, bro. I don't do it to with people, dog. I do it for these fuckers, dog.
Law enforcement officers across the nation are actively creating a negative image of themselves, all by themselves. No private entity would allow their employees to behave in such a disgusting way towards its customers. The problem is that they see us as the enemy, not as the people they serve. A camera and asking for names is an act of aggression in their mind. Anyone that doesn't ask how high when ordered to jump is viewed as an opponent.
But you see how they acted, bro? On camera. Imagine if I'm not here.
No, she asked me, can I search you? And I told her, do you have, I told her, did I do something wrong? Do you have the right to? And then that guy got all pissed off and he put the handcuffs on me immediately.
Yeah, they're not supposed to do that.
Once I questioned his
authority.
Had the right, yeah, he got pissed off and he threw me on handcuffs.
Damn, brother. Yeah, that's how they be here, bro.
And if I would have fought it, they would have used that as an excuse. So I just went along with it, man.
Complaints have been filed. If you'd like more information or updates on this encounter, be sure to check out Rights and Left's channel. His link is down below. As always, thanks for watching. If you have a video you'd like to submit for review, use the link in the description or pinned comment. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell notification for future content. And remember to like, share, and comment down below of what you think of this interaction. It really helps the channel. If you enjoy our content, try our other channels, Lackluster Limited for criminal psychology content, and The Odd Side for paranormal videos. Shirts and other merchandise are available at the Teespring store. Memberships start at just $1 if you'd like to help further support the channel and get a slick Lack logo next to your name. I look forward to seeing you in the next video. All links are down below.
U.S. Justice Department is suing the state of Missouri. They claim the state's Second Amendment Protection Act is illegal. It bans Missouri officers from enforcing federal gun laws. The lawsuit claims the law keeps Missouri officers from working with federal officers to solve crimes. St. Louis City and County and Jackson County are also suing. The Missouri Supreme Court heard that case last week.
What's going on, you guys, and welcome back to A Different Perspective. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button for your boy. So one of my fellow viewers and fellow content creators had reached out to me wanting to know my perspective on this singer. Her name is, hold on, let me pull it up. I just had it here. Her name is Amora La Negra. She is an Afro-Latina songwriter or artist, whichever one it is. And she has made the decision to be a single mother, and she's pregnant currently. So we're gonna go ahead and check this out. She was on The Real, the talk show, and they were doing a little interview via webcam or whatever. I'm not gonna play the video itself, but I will put up screenshots, images from the episode, so y'all can check out the video. I will have it now linked in the description box below. But let's go ahead and check this out. Y'all ready? I'm ready. Let's go.
Wow, I love how transparent you've been. You actually revealed that you're going to be a single mom by choice. But I want to help women understand, what does that mean when you say a single mom by choice, and how did you come to that decision?
Well, sometimes you have to make the whatever decisions you think is going to be best for your child.
Y'all hear that? This woman thinks that deciding to be a single mother is going to be a decision that is best for the child. If anything, I think majority of people, logical thinkers, know that choosing to be a single parent is not the best idea. It's the opposite of the best idea.
And things didn't happen the way that I planned. I'm kind of corny, and I really believe, I guess, in marriage and just doing things step by step.
Corny at all.
It didn't happen in the order that I wanted, but that's part of life. Things don't always happen the way that you plan. It doesn't mean that it's not meant for you. I'm still a young woman. I'll still have many opportunities to find a good man, and who knows what the future holds. But at this,
listen to her. She think that she would have, there was some really not making.
So, how do we identify good drops from a chaos dungeon? That's a very good question, obviously. I personally also like that question. So we're going to go over that really quickly. I mean, as quick as possible, basically. So, whenever you do chaos dungeon or when you do guardian raids, you will then drop gear pieces. And we're going to talk about jewelry. You can also sell left side, right? Your gear is divided into two. You have the left side here and you have the right side. Left side is basically only used for the tripods they come with. Okay. You can sell those tripods on the market board, but then you need to know what tripods are good. That's basically, I don't sell any of these personally. I don't care enough. I just dismantle unless I need them myself. But you can sell good tripods. For example, certain classes, when you play a class, let's say you play Paladin, you can be certain that, for example, on Guardian Angel, the tripod's Inexhaustible Faith is going to be valuable. So if you drop a level 4 tripod, Inexhaustible Faith, you can sell it on the market board. It will probably sell. So you need to know what are tripods that are universally used by your class. And then you put it up, you go to the marker board, you open it, and then you do here bidding tab. There's 2 tabs, it's very important, right? So you go to the bidding tab, and then you do register, and then you put your piece on the market board with a buyout and whatnot. That's basically it for left side. For left side, there's not much more to know. Is the tripod high? Is the tripod a lot used? That means you can sell it. You can only get tripods for your own class. That is correct, yes. Now on to the more interesting right side, jewelry. How do you identify what is good and what is bad? That's a very good question that has a very broad answer to it. First up, you'd get a drop, you look at the engravings. The engravings are probably the most important determining factor if a piece is good or bad. There's engravings that are used by certain classes and other engravings that are not used. For example, universal engraving is like grudge, is always good. If a piece has grudge on it, its value is already higher than if it wouldn't have, for example. Obviously, you want a good double combination. So let's take, for example, grudge and Cursed. Those are 2 very universal engravings that can be used by most classes. That means our foundation of 2 engravings is already really good. After you've determined the engravings on the piece of gear, you then look at the additional stats. So you look at the row above it. The row above then tells you what stats it has, and that is very important because the stats that are good in this game are pretty much crit, specialization, and agility. If you have another stat on it, you can throw the piece away. No one will buy it, and if they buy it, they're really down bad. So the only 3 stats that are useful are crit, agility, and specialization. The rest is useless. Just again, a TLDR of that. Now, obviously, the necklace is the hardest piece of gear to be good. Because you need two engravings that are good, and you need then 2 additional stats that are good. So the RNG on the necklace is extremely, extremely high. Right? Agility and swiftness are the same thing. Agility is the Russian name. Swiftness is going to be the name that we have on the EUNA version. Now, for obviously something like earrings, you only need 1 additional stat. But in order to understand what piece is useful, you need to understand what engravings are used by classes. For example, a class that uses the guillotine head attack engraving is the Gun Lancer. So, does that mean that Gun Lancer will just buy any kind of piece of gear with guillotine on it? No, they want a secondary engraving on it that's good for them too. So for example, you drop guillotine and supercharge. That's an engraving combination that is used by a gun lance. Then you need to know what stat do they play. They play crit. That means you need to drop a guillotine with supercharge with crit on it in order for it to be useful. If it now has guillotine, supercharge, and swiftness or specialization on it, that piece of gear probably won't sell unless someone else uses it. Take, for example, Blade, Deathblade. They use supercharge and backstab master or ambush master, how it's going to be called. If you drop a piece of gear that has ambush master and grudge on it, or grudge and supercharge, or grudge and what was the other one I mentioned? Ambush master. And then it has specialization on it, it might be good for Blade. So I hope you understand already where this is going. Because basically the way you determine if something is valuable is by knowing what classes are running. It is very important to understand what engravings are used by what classes and what stat that class needs. Right? Just having 2 good engravings doesn't mean it's good. You need to have the right stat on it. Just having a good stat by far doesn't mean it's good. Having 2 good engravings doesn't mean it's good. They need to fit the class that you actually look at when looking at the engravings, right? For example, a Shadow Hunter likes getting Massacre and Grudge. Massacre and Grudge is a very good general engraving. They're a very good engraving combination because it can be used by Sharpshooter, it can be used by Shadow Hunter, and it can be engraving combination and Grudge. Massacre and Grudge is a very good general engraving. They're a very good engraving combination because it can be used by Sharpshooter, it can be used by Shadow Hunter, and it can be used by Sorceress. So the wider the engravings are, the choice of engravings for classes, the more valuable your piece becomes. The more specific it is, the less valuable your piece becomes. So the only way to determine if a piece that you drop is valuable is by exactly knowing what all classes run and what combination they run. That's really the only way. Otherwise, you will not know. So it's super important to also inform yourself about what all the other classes are running. And you only can do that by going, like reading up, having documents that show you what engravings are popular for other classes. And stuff like that, basically. That's basically how we determine it. Now, one more thing I want to talk about real quick is class engravings. If you are doing Chaos Dungeons or Guardian Raids, you can only drop your own class engravings on gear. Class engravings are, in general, harder to come by and become more valuable. For example, if I would drop a piece of gear, let me have a look here. This piece of gear, you look at this, it has agility, aka swiftness, healing faith, and specialist on it. This is pretty much a best in slot piece of gear for every paladin out there. This sells for a massive amount of gold. The only downside of this piece of gear is the 25 quality. Quality is important, but it's not going to be the most important factor. Now, obviously, if the quality here would be 99 or something, the value would go up. But the original value from this piece comes from the engravings that I have on this piece. Alright? That's basically, especially for class engraving. If you drop something that is your own class engraving, with a good secondary engraving on it, that you don't need, you might end up getting very rich very quickly because of that. Very RNG gated. And honestly, I think that explains it all, to be honest. I don't think that there's anything more to this specifically. But yeah, that's how you identify valuable or non-valuable drops, basically.
Didn't cover really toxic masculinity, right? Because
yes, it's dealing with just dealing with the principle of reciprocity.
What's going on, guys? BMS and I are back with another video. Let's go ahead and get right into it. Make sure you guys don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. So here we go.
Hi, Jordan. My question is, what is the antidote towards toxic masculinity?
Well, the antidote is responsible masculinity. And what does responsible mean? It means, well, if you're responsible, then you're trying to do what's honest first. So you're careful with your speech and your actions. You're careful with your speech in that you don't say things that you know to be false, and you're careful in your actions so that you don't have to lie about what you do. That's a good start. And then the next thing would be that you're capable of taking responsibility for yourself, at least, so that once you're an adult, no one else has to bend over backwards to ensure that you don't unduly suffer in the world. And so that's responsibility for yourself. And then if you get halfway good at that, well, then, you might think about taking on the responsibility of a family and contributing to your community and doing all those things in a harmonious manner. And that's obviously the antidote to toxic masculinity. which is not a phrase I would generally use.
A regular functioning human being in today's society, right?
Literally, yeah.
A person that's a good person.
Mhm.
So I don't understand why this toxic behavior is always gender specific, right? It has nothing to do with being a man or a woman. It's
Mhm.
just a matter of, are you a good person?
Yeah, exactly. So if you know that you're doing your best as a person, right? Like you're not bringing harm to anybody, you're just, you know, like you're trying to provide for your family, you're trying to keep up with your health and like, you know what I mean?
Not
Just the
break the
basics.
law.
Yeah, you know, like you're being a good citizen, whatnot. Like that's kind of like the basics of it. But for people, I don't know. I feel like I hear it so often over the littlest things that women will just, or just generally everybody talks about toxic masculinity over just like a man.
A disagreement.
Yeah, literally it'll be a disagreement of just like, no, I think otherwise or
Right.
something. And then being like, oh, like that's toxic or whatever.
Or a man has to say it in a soft, delicate way.
Yeah.
If
It's
you
the
rate
delivery. It's
the delivery, right? Because with Kevin Samuels, you know,
That's a
oh,
whole
he's
different-
toxic and all this. Like, no, he's just being a man. He's saying it with his chest out, and it is what it is, right?
Okay, there's a fine line with obviously, you know, you have to be like, I think you should be kind with how you say certain things,
Right.
but it's okay to put your foot down to say, you know what, this is my opinion and this is like my core value and I'm not afraid to say that.
I just think about it as, you know, what would you call it? I think sinful behavior is a much more accurate representation personally, but it's honesty and responsibility. And I do think about it as a function of harmony. I got that a lot from reading Jean Piaget, whose work was a psychological extension of Kant's categorical imperative, because Kant believed that you should act in a manner such that if the way you acted became a universal, that would be beneficial. But Piaget formalized that very nicely, showing that one of the bases for the emergence of a system of genuine ethics was an iterable form of reciprocity, so that, you know, so for example, I can give you a quick example of that. My granddaughter, who's now 15 months old, has discovered a new game, and it's a Piagetian game, a developmental game, and she discovered this by watching, but also on her own, and partly because it's a very deep part of human nature. So she has this little wooden spoon, and her game is, you sit with her at the table, and her game is, she gives you the spoon, and then you take it, and then you give it back. And then she's all happy about that, and then she gives the spoon to the person who's sitting beside her. And then they give it back to her, and she's very happy about that. And so it's an amazing game because she's learned to give up something, to let go of something that she wants, and to trust someone else to return it to her, and that's what she's playing with. And then you can play with that game. It's quite fun. So, you know, and you have to pay
When you get
careful
it
attention
back.
to her and watch how she's manifesting her emotions. And so maybe what you do is you take the spoon and you hide it under your hand. That sort of disconcerts her a bit. Then you show it to her and pick it up and give it to her, and she's happy about that because what she sees is that the principle of reciprocity can maintain itself across a set of transformations, and that's really exciting to her. Or you can give her the spoon and she can give it back to you, and then she can reach for it and you can pull it away 1/4 inch, and that sort of disconcerts her, and then she'll
She doesn't get it.
What is she even saying?
The whole
you
time.
wanna
Oh,
repeat
sorry.
that? I don't think the mic is-
I
okay.
said that didn't cover really toxic masculinity, right? Because
Yes, it's
you-
dealing
no,
with
but
the
you just-
just dealing with the
you just-
principle of
no, but
reciprocity.
You
She
just
feels
said that you have
personally
to be
like,
honest and
you know, about
responsible
this.
as a man.
I think that's the problem in today's society, right? Women are missing the point. It's not a man versus woman thing. It's versus evil thing, right? He's being toxic.
And this deep reciprocity and trust is part of the social contract, and it is precisely the antidote to what precisely, since we're going to pursue this, what precisely is toxic masculinity, as opposed to, say, toxic femininity or toxic humanity? What exactly are you asking me about?
I really want to know what you like, how you would describe toxic masculinity. Because
No, I want you to define what toxic masculinity constitutes. Since we're going to define things so carefully, let's do it.
Well, I think.
Okay, guys, sorry, but we really have to move on. So
Oh,
there will be more questions later on.
How the hell do you ask the question and then not know the definition, right?
You're coming in hot, being like, no, tell me what I asked. And he's like, first of all, how do you define it? And then from there we can have a conversation. And then so when he tried, she clearly was like, I don't know. Like,
right, because if he has his definition and then she has hers,
Yeah.
then they're not speaking the same language,
Yeah,
right? They're
yeah,
having two
yeah.
different conversations.
Mhm.
So he's literally just asking for clarification so
Mhm.
that he can ask the question or answer the question. But again, it doesn't seem like she knows what she's talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's define it shortly. All right, shortly, please.
Gosh, okay. I think that the moment when you kind of, I have a hard time to kind of describe it in English. Let's say, that you kind of go over a boundary that kind of neglects the freedom of the opposite, well, gender or whatsoever. So that's toxic masculinity, and that you kind of have.
But
this,
that would also be toxic femininity.
well, may I like finish my sentence,
Sure.
please? Thank you. And then also, I lost my sentence now. But no, I will be back. I'm back. But more in the sense that. Yeah, can someone help me here in the audience?
Okay, so before we move on, let me point something out. You know, that I was willing to undertake this line of discussion, allowing for the possibility that the category of toxic masculinity had some content, right? But if we're going to pursue that line of reasoning and quibble about the answer, then we're certainly going to quibble about the definition that's embedded in the question. And so part of what's happened in our discourse is that we're required ethically to assume a priori, merely out of politeness, that the utterance toxic masculinity actually constitutes a meaningful phrase. And if you push it, you find very rapidly that it doesn't, because it's very, very, very difficult to define, and definitions actually matter. And so if it's a matter of transgressing against the boundaries of gender appropriate behavior, well, first of all, that indicates that there's something universal and normative about gender appropriate behavior, which is something that people who push the idea of toxic masculinity generally tend not to presume. And second, it's just as likely to happen among women as among men, in which case it's not toxic masculinity. So maybe on to the next question.
Okay.
In layman's terms, he's basically saying you're full of shit, right? I mean, there's no real definition here.
Yeah.
So we can't even have a conversation. I can't even address your question, right? And when you challenge these women on what it is and what it means, there's nothing there.
Yeah, and what he was trying to explain too, it's not the basis of like gender, right? It's not about women, men, whatever. He's trying to explain that these are toxic traits that people are responsible to, like, you know, change in themselves. So he's not trying to pin it on guys. She's trying to pin it on like men specifically who display toxic traits, whatever.
Right.
But that's not the conversation. Everybody has toxic traits.
All right, guys. So we're going to go ahead and end this video. If you like this video, make sure you
All right, guys, so some good news to talk about here today, as this is a follow-up on the viral trailer, Everything's Gonna Be All White, okay? That has got a whole lot of backlash because of the overt anti-white racism that is perpetrated in this trailer. And guys, let me tell you, this right here is really just propaganda from the mainstream liberal media in order to divide us as a country. But I'm happy to say that it is not working, okay? Because if you guys look up any of the reactions to this trailer, you're gonna have a whole lot of black people, right? And not just black people, but just people in general, right? Of all different races and colors, talking about how much they don't like this, right? They don't like overt racism towards white people, right? I don't know why, for whatever reason, the left and the mainstream liberal media, they're trying to make that cool, right? They want to act like they're race crusaders and that, oh, we're fighting against racism. But by the way, we're going to be overtly racist to a certain group of people, okay? I don't understand how you can make that make sense while at the same time claiming that you're against racism. And I think that a majority of the American people, right, regardless of your race, have picked up on that, right? They picked up on the contradiction there. They picked up on the hypocrisy coming from the race crusaders on the left, the people that have made a living race hustling, that they claim to be against racism and fighting against racism, but yet every time you look, they are simply the most racist people in this country. And I think that this trailer, right, and all the paid race hustlers in this trailer are a prime example of what I'm talking about, right? The good thing is that the American people, we aren't falling for this, okay? We aren't going for this. And again, the good thing is that this is actually, I think, in my opinion, uniting people against this type of hateful content, right? As the trailer for Everything's Gonna Be All White has about 2.5 million views now, okay? They've been forced to turn the comments off of it, okay? Because, again, of all the backlash they've been getting, Showtime turned off the comments. Again, you should let the comments stay up there. Why produce some content and then turn off the comments? I don't understand that, right? I put out videos that you guys didn't like, okay? I put out videos where I've had opinions that you guys say, hey, you know what, Greg? You're wrong on this, okay? You're wrong. I don't agree with you on this. I'm never going to turn off the comments. I will never, ever, ever turn off the comments on a video or remove your ability to see the likes and the dislikes, okay? Because I am not afraid of criticism, right? But apparently Showtime is. As it has 2,000 likes and about 89,000 dislikes. Again, nobody likes this, right? Nobody likes this, no matter what color you are. And this also is going to carry over into the first episode of this show. And we're going to watch a little bit of it and we're going to talk about it. But first, let's actually go to the critic reviews. As there's actually no reviews, right? No critics have reviewed this yet. I wonder why, right? I wonder why they haven't reviewed this yet. But there have been some audience reviews, and I want to read a bit of them because, again, I think it kind of shows you generally how people are feeling about this racist propaganda here. As one person says, David D says, so bad that you could watch the first episode on YouTube for free. I guess they wanted to get people interested in their show, but after watching this, I feel disgusted at the filmmakers, and I'm not even white. This movie is insulting to humankind. This is meant to divide us further, not unite us in a common mission of loving kindness with one another. Awful idea. People convince themselves this sort of stuff is intellectual or radical, but it's just bailage. How does Showtime approve this hateful and bigoted series? How does this make anything better? Assuming there are people who believe every word of this, do they think it's going to win people over to their side? I am hopeful in that I've seen nothing but condemnation regarding this series. I cancel my Showtime subscription and hopefully others do as well. It saddens me that we are this divided. What's next? A show about evil heterosexuals, unhinged religious people. We have to do better than this as a society. Yeah, you know that's coming next, right? You know that's coming next. There's a whole lot of heterosexual hate out there, okay? And there's definitely a whole lot of religious hate out there. I mean, Christians have basically been under attack in this country since the beginning of the 2000s. I mean, let's be real, okay? If you are a straight white Christian male, right, you are really, really, really under the microscope, okay? I mean, I'm just being real, right? I'm just keeping it all the way 100, okay? I'm just calling it like I see it. Just calling it like I see it. Who thought this was a good idea? Showtime subscription canceled after suffering through one episode. I feel disgusted having watched it. Okay, so yeah, as you can see here, the audience reviews aren't great, right? Now, obviously, you know, some of these people probably actually haven't watched it. They just watched the trailer and gave a review. But I'm just saying, it's still pretty bad, okay? It's still pretty bad. Now, with that being said, we're going to watch a little bit of episode 1 here just so that you guys can get the gist of what's in episode 1. And just so you guys know, this has about 25,000 views and 400 likes to 7K dislikes, right? 7,000 dislikes, okay? So that means about 1 out of 3.5 people dislike episode 1, and obviously Showtime once again turned off the comments. I don't understand. Why produce content and you don't want to get feedback on it, right? Why produce the content if you don't want people to comment on it, okay? Maybe because they know that it's terrible and that people hate it, okay? So let's actually watch a couple parts of this full episode here that I actually watched some of just so I can get a gist of what was actually, you know, in the show. What is the show about? And you guys shouldn't be surprised. It truly is about just hating white people. That really is what it's about. So let's watch here.
And so when you talk about the history of white people, you should probably research it the same way you would research a business. Check out the Yelp review, and Yelp will tell the story. Well, if somebody looked up America and America was on Yelp, America would have a 1 star, and that is only because you can't do less than 1.
Oh, really? Look at this, guys. Look at this propaganda right here. Okay, it's a review, okay, of the United States of America, and it's from Gons. It says, most of the gringos I know love it here, but that's because they get better service. When me and my gente come here, we're told to go back to Mexico, and we're Honduran. This place is obsessed with illegals. Maybe it's why they have too many effing prisons, and all they talk about is stop the steal. That makes some major huevos to talk about stealing on stolen land. I mean, this is just woke nonsense, right? You made up a fake review to try to act like America's such a terrible place. So if America's such a terrible place, then leave, right? All the people in this documentary, it's funny how they spend so much time hating on America, right? And all the white people that live here, but yet they won't leave. They love staying here, taking a check from the white man, right? Because all these people that got paid to participate in this documentary, I guarantee you the check is coming from the white man, right? But yet you claim you hate the white man so much. But yet you take his money and you stay on the land that you claim the white man stole. If the land is stolen, why are you staying here, right? If it's so bad for so-called people of color, why are you here? I don't understand. Do these people have Stockholm syndrome? That's what I'm starting to think at this point, okay? You're in love with your abuser. You have to be. Because every time I look, you always complain about how bad it is, but yet you're still here. Taking advantage of it, right? Enjoying the benefits. It's incredible.
Nobody lies to themselves better than white Americans.
Any white person that doesn't see how there's been many iterations to continue to have white people in power just doesn't care. I think that there's a level of dismissal there, and to just say I'm not like my ancestors, it's also just not true.
You know what's so crazy?
Wait. So, again, you're just assuming that, you know, white people who had nothing to do with what happened in the past, what their ancestors did, you're just assuming, no, you are like your ancestors. You're just like them, right? Again, this right here, guys, it is a gross smear of a whole group of people. And they don't even pretend like it's not. That's the crazy part. Usually when people do stuff like this, they'll say, oh, no, it's just a certain group of white people. They're not even doing it. They're just saying, no, it's all white people. That's literally what they're doing here. Okay? They're not even trying to use any nuance, anything like that.
White people are always telling black people to get over slavery. But white people have never gotten over losing the Civil War.
What? Bruh, white people have never got over losing the Civil War. What are you talking about? They're literally trying to say that all white people are Confederates. Okay? Doesn't matter if you have family, ancestors that was on the side of the Union, right? Doesn't matter. Don't matter. White people are all Confederates. According to this logic, white people have never got over losing the Civil War. Did white people not fight the Civil War? I'm pretty sure white people fought the Civil War. That was a majority of the people that fought the Civil War. Bruh, wow. My mind is blown. Okay, my mind is blown.
They're the ones stuck living in the past with their cracker barrel asses. It's the same thing with Trump.
Whoa.
They still can't accept the fact that his sorry ass lost.
But not all white people voted for Trump. Not all white people voted for Trump. What is going on here? I don't understand.
Ain't that something? White people are a trip.
How do you feel?
Oh my God. All right. Let me fast forward to this one.
There is a belief that their lives and their value, that they're worth something. That is part of the privilege of being white, is always being valued.
Look, I'm gonna tell you something. When it comes to value, you should value yourself, right? Before anybody else can value you, you have to value yourself, okay? A lot of these people, I'm gonna tell you, they're doing a whole lot of hating because they have low self-esteem. They have low self-esteem. And people like Jamel Hill, she definitely has low self-esteem. When you value yourself, when you love yourself, you don't give a damn about what other people think about you because you know your worth. But a lot of these people, they seek validation from other people. And they feel like white people aren't validating them enough. And that's why they get so hurt and upset.
What annoys you about white people?
I think what annoys me most about white people is the feigned ignorance that their whiteness is not a problem for everybody else.
Oh my
Like,
God.
you know that everybody else is not getting what you get, and why are you acting brand new? It's when they pretend like they're the victim. That's when I can't take it. What's also annoying is when they kill us. That's annoying.
But it's not annoying when black people kill black folks, right? Which, again, it's statistically speaking, the biggest threat to black people is another black person, specifically a black man. That's not annoying. But when a white person kills a black person, right, that's annoying. Somebody make it make sense.
White fragility is crying because you were accused of racism versus acting on challenging yourself to be not racist.
Oh my God.
White womaning. Thank goodness that we came up with Karens. So we can finally say, hey, you, this is a unique form of white bullshit that white women are employing.
I hear you have a problem with these gentlemen having a barbecue here at the lake. What's going on?
It's illegal to have a charcoal grill in the park here.
No, it's not actually. I just looked at the map.
What is a Karen? A Karen was organized as a way to talk about the white person that goes into the establishment and asks for the manager.
But nowadays, the term Karen is used to describe any person that's annoying like that, right? Any annoying woman that, is doing the things that these women are doing in videos. I've seen black women be called Karens, right? Hispanic women be called Karens. Asian women be called Karens, right? The whole Karen thing, that's not even just, honestly, that don't even just apply to white women anymore.
On police on an 8-year-old little girl, you can hide all you want. The whole world gonna see you, boo.
Those are also the people that call the police on black people, right? Those are also the people who date black people to absolve themselves of their racism.
Okay, so white people only date black folks so that you can be absolved of racism. It's not because you legitimately like black people, okay? And that you legitimately are attracted to black people. No, that can't be it. You only are dating black people because you want to absolve yourself of your racism. It makes you feel good. Bro, I just can't.
How's that feel? Get out now.
For real.
There's 3 numbers I could dial. 911. Okay?
Yeah, right.
Get out.
What white people have started to do is they have started to say that's a Karen, right? And that's the part where I'm like, nah, all of you are Karens.
See what I'm saying?
Every single last one of you.
See what I'm saying? This is what I'm talking about. They're not even trying to say, hey, it's just a certain group of white people that we're talking about. They're trying to smear a whole race. I don't see how in the world this type of stuff is acceptable. But if somebody made a documentary series saying everything's going to be all black and talked about basically how much they hate black people and how annoying black people are and how black people mess up everything, it wouldn't even be allowed on the internet, right? You wouldn't even allow it on the internet, okay? Now, again, that's not to say that this should be banned, because I think that, hey, if you can have this, somebody else can make something like this and say everything's going to be all black and say the same things, right? But again, obviously, that's not the society that we're living in right now, okay? But then these people want to talk about privilege. Who actually has privilege? Privilege is being allowed to openly say stuff like this with no ramifications or real consequences, to not be censored. That's privilege, okay? But again, thank God that society as a whole is not falling for this and that they're rejecting this type of racist propaganda, okay? I'm really happy to see that because, because all the reviews I've seen, all the people that react to this stuff, they've all come out and said, this is terrible. We don't like this. We don't endorse this. This is not what we want. Right, which tells you exactly how Americans really feel about each other when it comes to the race issue, and that the race issue is really being played up by the mainstream liberal media and a small group of woke revolutionaries and race hustlers on the left. That's really what it tells you. So yeah, this documentary or whatever you want to call it, it's as racist as you think, right? Just judging by the first episode, okay? It truly does not disappoint in that department. So let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective. Peace.
Teens over in the Rio Grande Valley, they are now charged with murder. This is for killing a man that they say police wouldn't do anything about, despite already having warrants for his arrest. Are they cold-blooded killers, or were their actions justified in defense of their little sister? Jonathan Martin making the case with attorney Charles Adams.
Capital murder because Quintanilla was kidnapped, right, when he was taken in the back of the F-150 and dropped off somewhere else.
The story of two teen brothers in South Texas arrested for beating their stepfather to death for allegedly sexually abusing their half-sister has a lot of people talking. They were apparently so enraged at their stepfather, Gabriel Quintanilla, they, along with their friend, confronted him at a home, beat him before attacking him 2 more times at another location, reportedly with brass knuckles, then dumping his body in a field where he was found dead. Clearly a crime, but was it justified?
As in, if you are the defense attorney in this situation,
What you're arguing is that there are these mitigating circumstances, the rape of their very young, small child, little sister, by their evil stepfather.
Quintanilla did have a warrant out for continual sexual abuse of another child. I asked attorney Charles Adams if that history could help a defense.
Well, certainly it bolsters the perception that he was rightfully accused, right? Because it was a different victim. So now you have two young children claiming that they were sexually assaulted by this man, right? And if these two brothers and the friend were aware, I think it provides a rationale, a justification that a lot of people can understand.
But the teens are facing serious charges, including murder and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. While some might understand their motivation, others argue killing someone in a situation like this is never okay. But what might a jury say? Charles says while a long shot, a jury nullification argument might be the best option for a defense.
Where you as the lawyer look at the jury and say, hey, we understand that this meets the elements, but we're asking you to find them not guilty anyway, because no one, I don't think there's anyone in America that can't sympathize with two brothers acting the way they did in response to someone who had violently raped their little sister.
to keep a distance.
I'm good here, ma'am.
So I gotta get this off my chest, I'm sorry. So y'all know in my last video, I talked about not being a wife to your boyfriend. How it's levels to this shit. Be acting like a wife if you ain't one.
Oh, they're gonna be mad. They're gonna be mad. What did you fold in my clothes? They're gonna be
Based on research from matchmakers, with the top 7 reasons as to why black men do not want to approach black women. The 7 reasons, some of them was, we don't seem as fun, right? We look like we can't be bothered. This is about black women, and black men think this. We don't offer enough support.
Like, even if you toxic, even if you wild, you crazy, whatever, the right nigga really like show you the way.
No, cause he make me feel like, how old is you? Like, grow the up.
Oh, he get you with
yeah,
that.
he do that to me. Then he
That's
make me be like,
fucked up.
okay, let me, cause I used to pack my up like, bitch, I'm leaving.
That's
fake
me.
booking the flight. Really never booked the flight. Fake booking the flight. Like calling my manager, like, yeah.
We don't offer enough support.
Let me give you another example. As I'm editing, she'll see my fingernails are dirty and start cutting my nails. I can't make this up.
We're more inhibited sexually, and men's friendliness is always misunderstood by black women, and we put too much pressure on black men.
Wait a minute. Are we saying if black women are really single, or the quality of guys that are out there are not necessarily?
All right, so I know y'all been asking me, because I stated in my type, tap in on how to bag an 8-figure man. But let's start with step 1. Ladies, it all begins with the law of attraction.
This is what she do. She lets me get my work done. Try some chicken. She makes me grits in the morning. She's learning pancakes. She's a good cook. I mean, whatever I like or whatever makes me happy, that's what she does to keep me happy.
It is time. Uploaded a video none too long ago. The title of that video was "Why I'm Moving to Thailand. Western Women Are a Scam." Shout out to the views on that video, encroaching on 350K. Shout out to Richie Mack from Zoom to Thailand. I see you, my G. All right. Now, this particular video got an incredible reception, and truth be told, I didn't think it would get as dope as a reception as this. If you haven't seen it, go off and look for it. So I began to ask myself, where really deep-rooted is this reception coming from? And let me also add in as well, the reception was just not positive from men, but it was positive from women as well. Why? Because there was a lot of women that was down in there writing tips down of the things that they should be doing in order to secure a dude. But what really is it? Like, what is it about what was seen in that video that caused such a stir? And what I actually think that it is this independent, I'm a boss bae lifestyle within the modern woman today. The toxic boss bee has an incredible mountain to climb today, especially after the information in spheres like this has made it incredibly known to the men that have tolerated the bullshit for decades. Because what they have done is they have artificially implanted value into a system where there was no value to begin with. Sort of like if you enter a car dealership and you looking at a hoopty, but the car dealer is gaslighting you to thinking it's the greatest product in the lot. But these toxic boss chicks, what they do is that they leverage feminism as if it is a religion and construct it in this matrix of a society that the more masculine, the more independent, the more that they require of you, the more valuable that they are. They will throw out illogical, inconsistent messages to you to change and alter your perception of what actual value is, such as.
So I gotta get this off my chest, I'm sorry. So y'all know in my last video, I talked about not being a wife to your boyfriend. How it's levels to this shit. Be acting like a wife if you ain't one.
Oh, really? Because the basic minimum requirements for a man in a relationship is husband duties. Because the man is supposed to provide, protect, and provision. Meanwhile, they are not incentivized and don't have a clue on how to bring peace, inspiration, and then they create their ideas of beauty, wearing things on their body and doing things on the gram that is completely and utterly ridiculous.
Because this is just, like, I can't even believe this. Sometimes, like, I wake up and I just can't believe I look this girl. Come on now. So if you've been thinking about getting surgery, you've been hesitant and stuff like that, take this as a sign, because I'm telling you, it's gonna be so worth it. Hanging over my jeans is now in here. So people are like, oh my gosh, that's fake. When you transfer money from your checking to your savings, is that still your money? It is, right? So I'm technically still natural because it's all mine, it just got moved, all right? But not only has surgery just really helped me, financially, my confidence has boosted. Like, I look exactly how I always imagined myself looking. Like, shout out to Dr.
And modern men today, which provide fire of you, is gaslighting you to thinking it's the great time today. I'm a boss bae lifestyle within the modern woman today. The toxic boss bee has an incredible mountain to climb today, especially after the information in spheres like this has made it incredibly known to the men that have tolerated the bullshit for decades. Because what they have done is they have artificially implanted value into a system where there was no value to begin with. Sort of like if you enter a car dealership and you're looking at a hoopty, but the car dealer is gaslighting you to thinking it's the greatest product in the lot. But these toxic boss chicks, what they do is that they leverage feminism as if it is a religion and constructed in this matrix of a society that the more masculine, the more independent, the more that they require of you, the more valuable that they are. They will throw out illogical, inconsistent messages to you to change and alter your perception of what actual value is, such as.
So I gotta get this off my chest, I'm sorry. So y'all know in my last video, I talked about not being a wife to your boyfriend. How it's levels to this shit. Be acting like a wife if you ain't one.
Oh, really? Because the basic minimum requirements for a man in a relationship is husband duties. Because the man is supposed to provide, protect, and provision. Meanwhile, they are not incentivized and don't have a clue on how to bring peace, inspiration, and then they create their ideas of beauty, wearing things on their body and doing things on the gram that is completely and utterly ridiculous.
Because this is just, like, I can't even believe this. Sometimes, like, I wake up and I just can't believe I look this girl. Come on now. So if you've been thinking about getting surgery, you've been hesitant and stuff like that, take this as a sign, because I'm telling you, it's gonna be so worth it. Hanging over my jeans is now in here. So people are like, oh my gosh, that's fake. When you transfer money from your checking to your savings, is that still your money? It is, right? So I'm technically still natural because it's all mine, it just got moved, all right? But not only has surgery just really helped me, financially, my confidence has boosted. Like, I look exactly how I always imagined myself looking. Like, shout out to Dr.
And modern men today, which have been indoctrinated into what is considered normal in Western society, take a look at a much more traditional culture and their mouths begin to water. From a Western perspective, really the concept that modern men today are placing in their head is, what costs more, a maid or a divorce? Because the equation is that any modern man today technically could get sex, could get maid duties and activities, man with resources provided to him. He might miss out on all of the femininity, right? Long
Oh God. Hello? Because I'm over in what is this place? I'm in Phaeton right now. Phaeton 960 zone. Yeah, I need to go swing by fucking what's that place called? Black Flag Den to get our Giant's Heart. And I'll have enough skill points to plus 10 and another one of my skills. Increase the damage of it by 300%. Huh? Nah, they're like 30 something right now. Yeah, we just hit level 2. We've done the first 2, like, under the first tier of them. But, well, we had random with us, and they kind of explained the fight. It probably took us a little while to fucking figure out what the fuck was going on with that last boss. Yeah, well. I think I'm doing tier 2 story right now. I need to go back to fucking Trixie and then actually see if I found that, got that piece of Ark, because I never went back there after I fucking killed the one guy in Yorn. And she hasn't been bitching at me about it, so. Okay, so apparently the Ark of Agony or whatever the fuck it was got destroyed. Or it was a fake or something, I don't fucking know. I need to go do all the fucking level 2 Guardians. Unlock the level 3 ones. Fucking T2000 gear looks pretty sweet.
long-term, healthy, loving relationship. But if the majority of modern women today are on this boss B, boss chick status shit, they wouldn't have gotten it for long term.
Like I was waiting
anyway.
for.
They're gonna be mad. They're gonna be mad. What did you fold in my clothes? They're gonna be mad. Oh my God. Damn, you damn near have them in the color court? Wow. I know a lot of people are mad about this.
Another illogical inconsistency that's often pushed is this idea that men and women are equal.
Why he must not. He.
Like
baby, where in y'all mind do y'all believe that marriage is solely up to the man?
The Western perspective has become so distorted that
I'm looking at it's because I'm fucking too high. Saying if your IM level is higher than the recommended IM level for the content, reward penalty will apply. Kind of stupid. I want to go back and fucking destroy shit. I'd have to fucking put together a whole new set of gear. No, for like Phantom Palace, which is a 460 dungeon or Abyssal dungeon, whatever. It's saying that my gear is way too fucking high for it. So I won't get the gold rewards. Oh yeah, I can go in. I just won't get gold for it. So essentially, later on, you have to have a full set of 600 gear, a full set of fucking 1100 gear, and a full set of tier 3 gear. Oh yeah, I'd just be doing the tier 3 ones.
these boss bays actually think that marriage is by and large not initiated by men. It's the man that gets on bended knee. It's the man that in general is making more money, so is setting up much more of his assets at risk, and at stake. And men now today are increasing their knowledge of understanding the risk of them entering the family court system. So the question of it at its core is, how many men that you consider valuable are getting down on bended knee and proposing to you? Not men that are in your inbox trying to get dates out of you or trying to get butt out of you. How many men are getting down and proposing to you? Because truth be told, is the type of men that would accept a ring from a woman is a low value, if not unknowledgeable man. Because why would he accept all of the risk without initiating that decision? Men determine marriage, while women determine sex. We'll give y'all that one.
I don't want to hear why men always have to pay, because women are the prize. I'm not going half. I'm not tipping. I'm not, my turn. I'm not your girlfriend, okay? McDonald's don't suffice for me no more. I'm grown.
Women are the prize? Really? When will y'all get it into y'all feminist minds that prize is not a construct of gender? Prize is a construct of your utility within that other person's life. This I am the prize because I reside in this gender is some of the most cockamamie bullshit I have ever heard in my goddamn life. So when men look at the video of the young lady in Thailand, they are seeing someone who is a prize because she provides so much utility within a man's life. And in return, that man will jump over mountains in order to provide and protect 100% because they bring peace, understanding, and femininity every single day through high times and low times without skipping a beat.
This is what she do. She lets me get my work done. She doesn't nag. She makes me breakfast every morning. And she can fry some chicken. Taj know how to fry. I even taught her how to make grits. She makes me grits in the morning. She's learning pancakes. She's a good cook. I mean, whatever I like or whatever makes me happy, that's what she does to keep me happy.
When the complete bastardization or the simplification or the equality of gender roles becomes the norm in a particular culture, and specifically a first world culture, then the men get the shit end of the stick. The man hating, the disrespect become norm within the culture. And in fact, women are conditioned to compete with men while disregarding their own feminine nature, their own feminine virtues. I don't gotta deal with women who don't appreciate me, who don't appreciate men, as if my masculinity is inherently toxic and I can't flex my complete and utter masculine being for fear of getting shamed out of it or insulted out of it. For all the other men that have the opportunity to travel, go get y'all passports. My passport actually recently just ended, so I gotta get a renewal right now. So I actually just got mine expedited so I can get it even sooner. You know what I mean? Because your boy gotta do some traveling, all right? Last point. For all of the women today that don't appreciate the modern bullshit that they have identified as toxic for them, not securing a man that they want, a man of value, y'all gotta begin to start speaking up against the bullshit as well, because no more ever in the history of ever has this shit erupted to the way that it is today. And I know that y'all see it, but the engineering of the sister code must be broken down. Sister Shahrazad Ali tried to do it 30 years ago. She had an uncountable amount of critics try to silence her. Let's try to re-engineer this today, and it's going to take a lot more than one in order to be able to do it. Questions, comments, concerns? Y'all already know what to do. Me over to tutorialsandreviews@gmail.com. Do y'all agree with me? Do y'all not? Leave it down in the comment box down below. This one should make for absolutely fruitful discussion. I'll see y'all soon. Until next time, YouTube. Peace!
Dude, this fucking Scorpion boss is annoying.
What's going on, guys? Vulcan here, and today we are officially in the Western release of Lost Ark, and I am super excited. There is so much packed into this game, and I am just literally in my element, and I love it. So this video is going to be a quick one. We're going to be going over a lot of the user interface settings and kind of these little ins and outs as they're curious. Go ahead and go through some of those frequently asked questions, starting with how can you make your overlay map more transparent? So if you press tab, you're going to open up your overlay map. And if you click on your middle mouse button, you can actually move it around so you doesn't have to sit right here, right in the middle. You can put it wherever you want. But the problem is some people really like to have their map very transparent or, not so transparent. So what we're going to do is over in the upper right-hand corner, we have a transparency button. Now this is going to make both the mini map and your overlay map. What we're going to talk about is something that is going to affect people who might have. Now the next thing I want to talk about is actually changing your AFK timer. So this is something that's kind of, once again, buried in a whole bunch of stuff. But if you're somebody who frequently has to leave the game for 15 minutes at a time and then come back and play, this is going to help you avoid having that AFK tag. So what you want to do is you want to open up your settings and you want to go to AFK settings. AFK setting or AFK tag constantly popping up in your guild list or your friends list. So it's how to show latency, because really it's right here. So under UI, there's show network latency, and it'll appear down here next to your roster. So the first one is, how do I claim founders packs and Twitch drops? So in order to do that, Now the last thing I want to talk about is something that's not necessarily UI related, but it is something that a lot of people kind of glaze over, and that's the Procyon compass. So over here underneath your minimap, you have some buttons to click on. There's a compass one right here. If you click this is actually going to show you some pretty cool stuff. These are all things that you can do that are throughout the world. So you have field bosses, you have ghost ships, you have chaos gates, you have adventure islands. And if you click on these,
Welcome back to San Joaquin and LA. This is Nick from San Joaquin Audits filling in today. Today we got a new channel coming to you from Alberta, Canada, and that channel is Alberta Rights Media. A couple hours ago he left a comment on my channel asking me if I could help grow his channel, and so I checked out his channel and I was actually impressed with what I saw. Here at the San Joaquin family, we do anything we can to help grow the movement of recording police and holding them accountable. So with that being said, let's check out this video from Alberta Rights Media, and you guys be sure to go subscribe.
How many cops does it take?
So, yeah, you can put down your phone right now.
That's fine.
So right now, it's under. Can you read what this says?
No, I can't. Traffic Safety Act, yeah. RSA 2000,
no, yeah, but
CT-6, section
115(2)E. Perform and engage, stunt, and actly to distract and interfere with other drivers on not using.
I wasn't doing that, so whatever. I waved to the police officer, so what? I waved to you. Then it's on your dash cam. I waved to you, so I don't care.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Dwayne, listen, when the police stop you, I'm not going to give you a ticket. I'm giving you some information.
Dude, the Scorpion's fucking annoying.
You weren't giving me information. You told me to pull me over for stunting.
Yes, and I didn't give you a ticket, did I?
You can give me a ticket. I didn't do anything.
Yes, you did. It's all on my dash cam, but I'm going to give you a warning. I'm giving you a...
Are you going to mail it to me?
No, I'm not going to mail it to you. Okay? I'm not going to mail it to you.
Okay, so all I did was ask you for your name and badge number.
I gave you my name and badge.
And then you said, no, I'm not giving it to you because you're not giving me your license. Right, and I said, I want your ID first so I know who I'm dealing with.
Well, what's that say?
What? Where on your... Says police, but exactly. I want to know your name and your badge number, who I'm dealing with.
Police are always so hesitant to give up their own identification, but always so eager to obtain yours. This to me feels like criminal behavior. Pair that with all the facial coverings nowadays, and it's almost like they get away with it in broad daylight.
Constable Lewis, you can ask your neighbor. Your neighbor knows who I am.
Yeah.
Okay? So that's fine.
And you already said you know who I am.
Right. Right? I know who you are, but I need your driver's license to confirm your identity. That's all we need.
For what? For what crime? That's not a crime.
Yes, it is.
That's not what that says is not what I was doing. I wasn't distracting you from driving.
You were distracting others from driving. And
Okay, where's the complainant then? Where's the person complaining that I was just you're telling me that you're gonna say that I was distracting a police officer from driving?
Which is
That's absolutely absurd. Let's go in front of a judge and see what they say then, okay?
Have a good day. Thank you.
And tell your guy not to put his hand on his weapon next time he comes beside my car. Him, right there, putting his hand on my weapon. I got it on video. Fucking putting his hand on my weapon. That guy did something wrong.
Show me, and I'll talk to you. Okay. Can you show me the video? Shut it off, Dwayne. I'm not. Right,
No, because it's for my safety. You know what? I'll email it to you. I'll email it to your sergeant.
Okay, that's fine. Just show
I'll
me
email it to him. Stand right there with his hand on his gun.
Yeah, I'll check my video too. Okay, Dwayne.
Yeah, what's his name and badge number?
It's Constable Neufeld, but I'll look.
Constable Neufeld.
Okay. Thank you.
Alright folks, and there you have it for today's video. I'll be sharing another video by Alberta Rights Media tomorrow on my channel San Joaquin Audit, so be sure to tune into that. Also, subscribe to Alberta Rights Media. Let's get him the support to keep on recording police. I feel like as he continues to educate himself and keep
Fucking Scorpion Boss fucking will stun lock you for like 2 minutes straight if you're the only one there and just beat the shit out of you. Everybody else in the fucking party died within fucking 45 seconds of the fight starting.
There go my bro. There go my bro.
Like,
There
why
go.
don't you kill? I was like, well, why are you fucking getting hit by every single thing that he does?
There go my bro, Charlie, man. Not everybody is praying to R and Jesus.
Like, I'm not even in there for the loot from that guy. I just need to kill him so I can do the higher level shit.
Come on, Charlotte. What you doing right now, Charlotte? Nah. Little loot. Bump your loot. Come save me. And drag me through the rest of the story.
I don't got time. I got shit to do.
Ain't got time. Hey, look. Let me tell you about Chaos. Chaos. I've been playing games with Chaos for almost 7 years now?
Yeah, a good while.
Chaos rarely ever comes back. So if he won't help me until I get to 50.
Yeah, child.
Chaos won't help me until I get to 50. He'll give me all the information I need. What I do with that information? Yeah, I know.
Yeah, like we literally just be standing there watching you run into a solo instance. Like,
Yeah, that's why I really ain't bothering nobody until I get to 50. Then I'll kidnap people. And then I can get my other 2 characters to level 50. But get my other 2 characters 50?
No, you have to do Vern and then Shoeshire. Yeah.
I ain't never play a computer this much. I think so now I have to start buying like water coolers and everything and building computers now. Mm, you know what that is. Like 10 years, right?
Were the only people capable of. They were given serving governing court. They descended to rise their wing, taking that country.
Equipped a novice forging tool. I don't have that already. Logging, mining, fishing. Okay, I do not have it. Okay. And I can get that from the city, right? It ain't no vendor next to me. I didn't know what the little like thing in the middle of my screen was. I just finally clicked it and it gave me like 4 missions to do. But I'm in the middle of the wilderness. So stone cutter ability. I think I got the 3 characters that I want to play. I want to main at least. I got the at least 3 characters that I want to play for sure. I didn't even remember what day one was. I know Chaos told me and he like it went down and then I'm like, okay. All right, so I got the hunting tool. So I throw the hunting tool onto a monster. Oh, rabbit. I gotta find a rabbit. Hmm. Okay.
The hell are you even talking about? Oh, you're on that island.
All right. After I mark the target, then what I do?
Hit Q and throw a machete at it.
I'll hit Q. Okay.
Like it's gonna bring up a circle, and you gotta lead the rabbit so that the rabbit runs into the fucking machete.
Oh, okay. Oh my God. Come on. How, how do I get this map off my screen? I put me in stick and got this damn fuck. This mini map on my screen. How you take it off?
Tab.
Not that one. It's like a clearer one. Like I can. Yeah, I'm pressing M, but it's bringing up
Tab.
ab. Oh, okay. I thought you said tab. Oh, you said tab. Blah, 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 blah. All right, so and I gotta lead the bunny to it by pressing Q. Doing everything what I wanted to do. Yo. I don't want to be typing right now. This is my trouble with computers because yeah, that's what I'm playing with. But I'm still trying to figure out all the buttons on the controller. Okay, finally got one. All right. But they got a three-headed mount.
Want to hear a song? Salute the night. I'll make him shut.
Laura Collins, Daily Mail. Did you pay to spy on the Trump campaign? When are you going to comment on the spying allegations, Hillary? Did you pay for having spied on?
All right, guys, so that is Hillary Rodham Clinton avoiding the question of whether or not she ordered the spying of Donald Trump during his campaign and while he was in the White House to try to dig up information on him and Russia. Now, this comes after the alleged bombshell revelations from the Durham report. You know, the investigation being done by John Durham, ordered by President Trump to investigate the investigation into the connection between Trump and Russia. Okay, and allegedly the story goes like this: that the Clinton campaign paid some tech guys, a tech firm, to do some data mining on President Trump while he was on the campaign trail and while he was in the White House. Okay, and allegedly some of this stuff may have been done illegally. Okay, allegedly. And this was all done so that Hillary Clinton and the Democrats could come up with this narrative that Trump was some type of Manchurian candidate working on behalf of Vladimir Putin and Russia to, I don't know, take over America or something like that. Who knows, right? That is what the narrative was. And obviously the mainstream liberal media ran with this narrative for the last 4 years, falsely telling us that Trump was an illegitimate president. Okay, so of course, you know, again, this is a bombshell story, and the Democrats and the mainstream liberal media are once again ignoring it, as the White House was asked about it, and this is what their answer was.
And then on the second topic, this news about the Durham investigation. Does the president have any concerns about a candidate for president using computer experts to infiltrate computer systems of competing candidates, or even the president-elect, to use for the goal of creating a narrative? Is that something that...
That's something I can't speak to from this podium, so I refer you to the Department of Justice.
Is what was described in that report, monitoring internet traffic, is that spying?
Again, I can't speak to that report. I refer you to the Department of Justice.
Generally speaking, that with monitoring internet traffic...
Jackie, my answer is not going to change. I refer you to the Department of Justice.
Yeah, so of course the White House is mum, right? And the mainstream liberal media is also silent. So silent that even Fox News took notice of how silent the mainstream liberal media was on this subject. Take a look.
After all this, that bombshell court filing from late on Friday alleging the Clinton campaign paid a tech company to infiltrate servers at both Trump Tower and the White House. You would not know it from watching the news, though. Just about all the other mainstream networks turning a blind eye thus far to this story.
All right, so as you can see there, mainstream liberal media choosing not to cover this story. They're choosing to ignore it. The same way they ignored the Hunter Biden story because it doesn't fit the narrative, right? It doesn't fit the narrative, okay? But when they actually did decide to talk about the story, like Joe Scarborough did on MSNBC, they went with the same old Democrat / liberal media playbook of accusing the right of being conspiracy theorists, flat out ignoring it, saying it's made up, it's being misinterpreted, it's being overblown. Trump still is a puppet of Russia, etc., etc.
And the investigation into the investigators is taking along than the investigation. And if they were moving at a rapid clip, that would be one thing. But we're going months without really hearing much of anything. And when we get something, it's this jumbled pleading from Durham. So the question is, how much longer does Merrick Garland allow this to go on without demanding some sort of transparency to let us know what's going on? Like, again, even this pleading, you know, they should come out and explain the pleading, because you've got people saying, well, wait a second, did this happen during the during the Obama administration? Did this happen during the Trump administration? It's like he actually just threw words out there to allow people to draw the worst conclusions from them, when he could very easily clarify this afternoon. Yeah, I'm with you, Joe. On the face of the pleading, I read it too. It makes no sense. Hillary Clinton's campaign was over when Donald Trump was inaugurated president. So how could she have had her campaign spying on him while he's president? It makes no sense. Not to mention the fact that DNS data is public, that looking into that, doing opposition research by doing public data mining is not in any way anything other than opposition research. And by the way, what was the predicate for the investigations of Donald Trump? Maybe it had to do with the fact that Trump, while he was a presidential candidate, had his people in Moscow begging Putin to build Trump Tower Moscow. Maybe it had to do with the fact that a Trump Tower meeting occurred with a Russian delegation asking for dirt on Hillary Clinton. Maybe it had to do with the fact that Oleg Deripaska, a Russian oligarch, had employed Paul Manafort and engaged him to do illegal lobbying. There were so many predicates for an investigation. And of course, what did Trump do? He not only benefited from Russian interference in the election, he actually rewarded it.
Guys, I want you to understand just the mind F in that clip from MSNBC. First, Joe Scarborough essentially says that, well, nobody really knows what the Durham filings say, right? When the Durham filings clearly say that an executive from the tech company, Robert Joff, and his associates exploited this arrangement in which they had access to some data at the White House for the purposes of gathering derogatory information about Trump, right? Durham's prosecutors wrote that, okay? Now, that firm was working with Hillary Clinton campaign lawyer Michael Sussman, right? And they basically gave him that information. He used that information as proof in his attempt to build up a case against Trump to try to say, hey, Trump's working with the Russians to the CIA. But Joe Scarborough is on MSNBC telling his audience that it is confusing, right? We don't really know what he's saying. So then they bring on a guy to basically come on and say, well, we don't know what it says, but if it's true, if it says what the right-wing media says it says, then it was legal. It was 100% legal. And by the way, Trump and Russia working together, colluding together is true, right? It's 100% true, okay? Despite the fact that the Mueller report found no direct link between Trump and Russia, okay? Despite the fact that the Steele dossier, aka the Trump get peed on by Russian prostitutes document, was, proven to be false, which, the mainstream liberal media ran with, by the way.
Parts of the now infamous dossier on Trump have proven to be true.
I know the history of the dossier, but it hasn't been discredited. In fact, it's been the opposite. It's been corroborated. Much of the dossier has been corroborated.
This discredited dossier, which was paid for,
Your intel community has corroborated all of the details in there. The meeting.
Some of the substantive content of the dossier, we were able to corroborate in our intelligence community assessment, which from other sources in which we had very high confidence. We know that with the FISA application, the relevant parts of Christopher Steele's dossier were corroborated. If the application included information from the dossier, it would only be after the FBI had, in fact, corroborated information through its own investigation. We also know that as time goes on, more and more parts of the Steele dossier get corroborated.
So when the president just refers to it as fake dossier, that is false.
I don't think that's an accurate characterization for the entirety of the dossier.
Clear, investigators have corroborated part of the dossier. The dossier has been corroborated by the intelligence community. U.S. investigators have corroborated some of the allegations in that dossier. We do know that parts of it have been corroborated.
It's not been corroborated, but it hasn't been disproven either.
Is there anything in the dossier that has been disproven?
No.
But not one thing has been disproven. No major thing from the dossier has been conclusively disproven. To date, none of it has been disproven, and whole big parts of it are holding up.
The dossier holds up well. None of it has been disproven.
All of the allegations in it, I don't know that anything has been disproven. It's a fact that none of it, not one word has been disproven. In fact, a lot of it turned out to be right on the money. Former high-ranking intelligence officials have told us on the record that there is nothing in the Steele dossier that they know to have been disproven. Much of the dossier has been corroborated. Do you not accept that
I don't agree with that, Alice.
This is our reporting, and this is what crime-fighting agencies have said, that the
Oh my God, the mainstream liberal media. Anyways, yeah. So the mainstream liberal media has still gone along with this fake Russia collusion narrative. Okay, while saying that anything that the Durham report finds is just absolutely false. We don't believe it. It's made up from the right wing media while also pushing their own made up conspiracies. It's quite fascinating stuff. Okay, they just don't want to let it go. But there's one Democrat that does have some integrity that has come out here and slammed Hillary Clinton after, these findings from the Durham report. And that Democrat is Tulsi Gabbard, as she accuses Hillary Clinton of being the real insurrectionist. Take a look.
What's being revealed here, Jesse, is the truth.
Hillary Clinton and the power elite in this country manufactured this Russian collusion lie, actively undermining our democracy and stoking the fires, moving us into this new Cold War with Russia. The damage that they did to the American people, our democracy, and others around the world is immeasurable. It's impossible to measure, and it leads us to this point where we sit today, where we have people who were integral in making this happen, people like Jake Sullivan, now holding very influential positions of power in shaping our country's foreign policy. And what they're doing is telling the American people, they're telling us, saying, hey, you've got to be ready to go to war with Russia or other countries to, spread democracy, to protect democracy. And yet they're actively undermining our democracy here at home. This is their hypocrisy being exposed, and the American people deserve accountability. Hillary Clinton and her warmongers need to be held accountable. And Jake Sullivan, who's in a very influential position now in the Biden administration's White House, he needs to resign immediately for his role in this.
And what was Jake Sullivan's role in this fraud?
Well, you look at the history, it's been documented where he was one of the key voices in advocating for this Russian collusion lie. And a lot of the things that are being exposed now through this special counsel are pointing to his role alongside Hillary Clinton and others in propagating this lie to the American people.
Yeah, somebody needs to put Tulsi Gabbard in witness protection, okay? ASAP, okay? Somebody protect this woman at all costs, because she is the only sane voice in the Democrat Party, which, according to Democrats and the left-wing liberal media, that means she's a Republican, right? Which, hint, hint, wink, wink, Tulsi, just join the other side already, okay? Just become a Republican, okay? Just do that, right? Or you can stay on the Democrat side and continue to, be a pain in their arm or something like that. But what she's saying here is 100% right, and this is the same exact point that I've made 1,000 times about the Democrats. They are the real insurrectionists, right? Before any of this stuff that happened with January 6th, before Trump, before any of this stuff, these people were actively undermining democracy by telling us for 4 years straight that Trump was an illegitimate president, a Manchurian candidate that is a puppet of Putin, right? And they said this with no evidence whatsoever, okay? And now it looks like Clinton, Hillary, was behind it the whole time, which anybody with 2 brain cells already knew. The only thing Durham is doing right now is just verifying all the stuff that, again, anybody with any basic common sense know, right? The Mueller report already told you there was no direct link. We know that the Steele dossier is fake. We know it was funded by Hillary Clinton. John Ratcliffe released a letter that was requested by Lindsey Graham, okay, in reference to the FBI's handling of Crossfire Hurricane, okay, in which the former CIA agency director, John Brennan, under Obama, okay, there was handwritten notes in which he briefed Obama on the fact that Hillary allegedly approved of a proposal from one of her foreign policy advisors to vilify Donald Trump by stirring up a scandal claiming interference by Russian security services. Okay, now this was on July 26, 2016. Okay, that came out literally 2 years ago, almost. Okay, that information came out 2 years ago, right before the election. So all this stuff is coming out. Then you got the Durham report. People are still trying to act like, oh, I don't know. This might not be true. We don't know for sure if Hillary funded this, if Hillary's behind all this. And I'm like, bro, are you dumb or are you stupid? Right? Are you just willingly ignorant? Because you have to be willingly ignorant at this point to see all this stuff come out, okay, that is pointing to what everybody knows, which is Hillary Clinton is behind this. And for you to sit here and try to act like she's not, it's ridiculous, okay? It really is. We all know that Hillary would stoop to any level whatsoever to do what she needs to do, right? She's the dirtiest politician in the game, okay? That's why she had servers in her basement, okay? Because she's dirty, okay? Now, again, the mainstream liberal media can sit here and act like, well, we don't know what Durham's report says. The right-wing media is misconstruing it. They're getting it wrong. You can act like that all you want to. But what we do know, what is abundantly clear, is that the whole Russia collusion propaganda that Trump was some type of Manchurian candidate, some type of spy for Putin, we know that's false. And the mainstream liberal media basically promoted that narrative for 4 years straight in an attempt to try to make Trump seem like an illegitimate president, in an attempt to help the Democrats try to make a case for impeaching Trump, okay? So whether or not we know Hillary was behind it 100% doesn't matter. What we do know is that it's not true. The basis of what is being saying is not true. And the mainstream liberal media, they will never, ever, ever own up to it. They were just wrong. They put out misinformation. No, it wasn't even misinformation. It was just flat out disinformation. They put out disinformation for 4 years straight. And that's why they don't want to touch this. They don't want to touch this with a 10-foot pole, right? Because if they acknowledge the Durham reports, acknowledging that and acknowledging the possibility that Hillary was behind it the whole time, basically destroys all the reporting that they did, telling their liberal audiences that Trump was some type of Manchurian candidate for Putin, right? It destroys that narrative 100%. That's why they don't want to touch it. That's why they don't want to talk about it.
I need the items to do this.
Okay? But see, the reality is that all the politicians in Washington, all the insiders, all everybody in the mainstream liberal media, they know that Hillary's behind it. They know that she's behind it, right? And they know that all the Russian collusion stuff is bunk. They know it 100%. So, like I said, man, at this point, I'm not surprised. I'm just happy that somebody like Tulsi Gabbard has the cojones to come out here and tell the truth that Hillary is the real insurrectionist. It is a damn shame that these Democrats try to virtue signal over here in America about saving democracy, protecting democracy, when the reality of the matter is that they don't give a damn about democracy. They don't care. They do not care. All they care about is power. That's all they care about. Because they legitimately were trying to get a duly elected president, Trump, out of office for 4 years straight. Okay? They never accepted the election as legitimate. They just didn't. Okay? So, like I said, man, this stuff is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. The hypocrisy with the Democrats never, ever, ever ends. It never does. So, let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a black conservative perspective. Peace.
That's the record of the massacre stored in the Medjugorje Monastery.
Our descendants will honor you.
Blasphemous return to Elgation. The only remaining winged blasphemous was stationed at the holy site of Trixian to observe the future. Well, it seems you're here to level up old archive. Will make it the service divine eye.
Cemetery.
Stay, Kate, so I may observe the world, relay with God. As I await my destiny, my calling is to lead the one who opened I have been waiting for tricks yet.
Oh, you said I should not use the cards now, right? Chaos.
So there's two types of cards. Like there's the actual cards, and then there's the fucking Soul Leafs, the Eternity Essence, Creation Fragment, and Manix Tome. Don't use those ones. They're kind of angled different, and they got like glow to them.
I just got a card, say the Thunder card.
You can use that one. That's actual card. That's a character card type thing.
I use that one, and then I have one that says bound to roster. Cantorus. It's a normal card.
How you spell it?
I used it. It came out. It came out with one of the same packs that the other card came out. So if you said I could use that card, then I'm pretty sure I could use that one too.
Yeah, it's you get anything that like says soul leaf, a sacred leaf that blooms when the soul smears on the Earth that does not lose bright light even after removing it. Like that's you need those layers to level up those cards or some shit.
God dang, it's a lot of songs you gotta play. What happens when I get 500 purple crystals? What is that?
Purple crystal?
Yeah, it's like amethyst shards or something like that.
Oh, that's just a currency for a certain shop, and the 3,000 they give you or whatever isn't enough to buy anything.
And then I got a card that says Oster. I can use that one. Says the Ark of
Yeah,
Trust
right.
hidden by the Citadel.
Write these names down. Soul Leaf,
Mhm.
Eternity Essence,
Hold on, let me get my phone. Notes. Where's my notes on here? All right, spell that first one. You said solely.
Soul Leaf.
All right.
That could be a green one.
Mm-hmm.
The blue one is Eternity Essence. Purple is Creation Fragment. Legendary is
What was the
Manalix
what was the epic one?
Creation Fragment.
All right, and then the purple one. I mean the next one.
Manalix Tome.
Said tomb or tome? Tome.
Tome. Tome.
And those are the ones I can't
They
use.
kind of look like the cards, but they're not facing straight forward. They're cantered.
Okay.
But save those.
Okay. I actually don't think I got any of those yet.
Good here. We found the sanctum and stored the ark. Can't believe the sanctum actually existed. That's
Isn't it nice to wind down at the tavern if you need?
I'm an asshole, bro. I keep running into monsters, but I'm taking them over to other people and I'm leaving.
business does a noble have at such a humble place? Thanks, Shandy.
You will soon enough. Now that Father Armin is here.
Right. Boss. Alicia. Okay.
Hello. Oh, you're the person Father Armin told me about.
Hey, you! Have we met? You look pretty strong. Ah, care to test your skills? Against Thinnervale the Great? On your energy. Now watch as I show you my... What was that for? Grow up, will you? And you too. Stupid old man. Hurts, don't it? Like your honesty. Young brats are always trying to pick fights instead of being useful. You look familiar. Have we met before?
Bad. They provided. damned old fool. What am I to do? Lumisect? If you knew that, why didn't you say so? Oh, yes. You're pretty good at manual. They're clowns on such a quiet forest road. Be sure to tell the old man I'm the one who discovered them.
Let's hurry up and get out of here. Place is teeming with flesh-eating plants. Don't touch anything. We're barely holding on to this area thanks to firing. But things are getting better. What's going on? Are you asking about the village?
What's going on? Why are they like that?
Man, this is almost just straight like Diablo.
Almost.
Or like a little Lord of the Rings aspect to it.
still people in the village who need to be rescued. Over here. Situation is worse than we thought.
Please go. Let me go. Can I use this place? Is it safe? Please go.
Where did you come from? Did you return from the swamp of despair? Curiosity. Curiosity. What the hell is going on? Those who were captured were sent to the Black Rose Chapel?
How much health you got, Chaos?
43K.
Oh. What the fuck? He hit me one time. Well, it must not be for me to fight him. What's up with them damn clowns? I'm higher level than them, but their names in red.
You don't fuck with the clowns in the little camp down there. Don't fuck with them. Like they'll still fuck me up. You're not supposed to.
All right. I'm like, yo, hold up. I walk down there, start trying to fight him, one shot, boom. Get back up. I'm like, all right, maybe that's a mistake. One shot, boom. Like, all right, fuck him. Get the fuck out of here. What the hell going on with that one? Oh, that's why I guess that's why I got this clown suit to walk through their asses, cause
Mm-hmm.
How do you explain this to the villagers?
oh my god, they deep over here too. Jeez. Let me stay away from the goddamn big guy. Oh shit, I got time before my sting wear off. Hurry up, let's get the fuck out of here. Like I just literally seen them jump on somebody and just beat their ass.
Sounds about right. Alright, I'm gonna go lay down for a bit.
All right. I guess Charlotte's already asleep too.
Yeah. Catch you later.
Oh. All right. Nice. I am almost level 35. Huh? Uh-huh.
Because I was worried about the people left in the village.
Rocco's Chapel isn't far from the village. Better days. Oh, there are so many soldiers to help our village. I'm very grateful.
Scratch my back. Oh, so you want to go to the chapel? Why go to such an ominous place? Pretty handy.
Remove spider webs. Send me a friend request so I can see you on the game. That's what I. Still Charlemagne, right? Nice. All right. So go to community. Friend request. All right. Search. Oh my. What's up? Yeah, I'm trying to get to 50 first. What does the getting all of them do anyway, other than get your they're important. All right, you said once I add you to that request, then add you to what? The roster request? Oh, I added you to the friends. Shit, hold on. Okay. Okay. So what's F5 on the controller? RB and left stick. So, well, those are all in the city.
Alcohol. What's wrong with the middle? I'm kidding. Why don't you sneak into the chat room? Here. I didn't mean for you to actually bring it.
Ready.
You're only Rachel. Who will you see? But you are still the me. This time, we'll finally get the master. We'll have plenty more sacrifice basement this time. Everyone is waiting. Think you've noticed yet? Please grace us with your presence. Oh, Master. Oh, Master, why you're so Can you take your gestures of praise? Take your gestures of praise. Promise. Our Master will come. Just a bit more. Just a bit more. Oh, I can feel the power of the Master. Descend upon us. Because if this ritual disturbs the holy ritual, what are you doing? No, the ritual will. Master, they're fading away. This isn't the Master. What went wrong? It's you. How dare you disrupt our ritual? Dead to the intruder. No escape.
Jimmy prayer room. Rescue those trapped in the basement. We have to hurry before.
Oh, I'm about to. Ooh, I heard it. That's just so good.
They say time explores of us all. Time is a time of sometimes experience in history. But people or to handle you myself. Yeah.
Go into a chaos dungeon? Before people go into a chaos dungeon, or you be doing it by yourself? what the hell is supposed to go on? What do I need to do to find all these relics? All right, so it's telling me in the battleground, press the B and then do the little sonar. But I did that, right? And now I found the relic, but it just keep asking me to keep doing it. Like, I mean, I click all over goddamn things on my screen. I what? Hmm. Oh shit! I didn't even know they do that. I didn't even know if it was a work.
Chop's answer. Well, here's the Sweet Chop's answer.
You have reached the voicemail box of Kino.
I am Jaya, the water elemental. I care for Hulu's with my sister.
Just wait for the tone.
When you're supposed to go up with the night, you don't even know why this happened.
The person you're trying to reach is not available right now.
Oh, how we've suffered over these years of bad
If you need further assistance, enter pound now.
Only elders except foreigners agreed to the alliance. Is that true?
Please leave your name, number, and a message after the tone.
The conversation went well. First, we have to cure the people.
Goodbye.
You're going to love this. Just love it.
It's ready. Controlling delirium with the essence of elusive lighter. Impressive.
He's ready. Good. Now, before that toddler on the terra throne can react, assemble our forces for you.
Of mayhem contaminated our spring. It was hasty of me. Blamed. How did the mayhem demons sneak in? The elementals will be very helpful.
Decided to stay?
If we do, Father Armin has disappeared.
He went this way. On Farewell Isle, cluster. Be human while demon blood. Sounds crazy. Let's play. agents of mayhem have been planned. What have I done?
Oh, you can hear my game? You can hear my game? Oh, I was asking if you could hear my game.
On the wall.
AM demons are targeting Gloria. That's
Get ready to leave.
Let's get ready to leave. From Luterra Castle, just in time.